Everybody, kindly stay back in the room. We're just doing a minor setup change and we will break post this session. So I request everybody to kindly stay back with us. Well, in the meantime, just in case we have to sum up how day one has been for all of us, can I hear some synonyms coming from your side? How was day one for you all? Anybody? Did we enjoy yesterday? Yes. So I just want to hear from you all. What has been your feedback? I have to give you all options to choose from that. And gentlemen, I request you all to kindly settle down as we are starting the session 6 now. So, well, in the meantime, while we set up the stage for our next session, because we've all sat through the entire day yesterday, I think that was a good job, phenomenally done. So, can we just show a thumbs up to each other, to our neighbors? Let's just show a thumbs up to each other because we all sat through the entire day yesterday. I think that was incredible. And now we're all set to begin this session, which is about fueling R&D, skill development and innovation in CPC industry. The chemicals and petrochemical industry is a highly competitive and dynamic industry that requires continuous innovation and skill development to stay ahead of the competition. Some strategies that can be implemented to increase R&D, skill development and innovation in the CPC industry are collaboration, focus and R&D, training and development, encouraging employee innovation, leveraging digital technologies, etc. And to discuss more about this, can I please request Mr. Prashant Sinha, ED Skill Development, PwC, to kindly come up on stage. Also, our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh. We're just waiting for our ministers to join us in a very, very short while. Check. All right, in the meantime, because we have a few more minutes to go, we are waiting for our ministers to join us. Let's just break some ice and let's just have a chit chat and a little bit of interaction. So, anybody who remembers my name, because we have a few gifts right now to offer. So, whoever answers the questions, I'm going to ask you, you get some gifts. What's my name? What's my name? Perfect, perfect. This was a warm up because this was quite an easy one. Okay, so I've heard that we've all traveled from far off places. So where is the majority coming from? Mumbai, my favorite place. Perfect. Okay, so there is a one big question that I'll ask you, and in case any of you has the answer, please raise your hand. And whoever answers my question, I'm going to gift you a 5 BHK flat in Delhi or in Mumbai. Please don't take this seriously. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Okay. So, anybody in the room right now who's carrying a family photograph with them, not in the phone, not in the phone, in your wallet. We believe in being a little old school. Anybody carrying a family photograph? No, at least 2 to 3. Oh my God. You get 5 BHK. Anybody in the room? Nobody? You are? Your father's picture. Okay. All right. We can skip this one. Yes, sir. You have a photograph, family photograph with you? Can I please see it? Wonderful. So, what's your good name? A.K. Sonian, where are you coming from? Ministry of INB. Can we please give a huge round of applause for this gentleman, please? All right, perfect. And now I have a gift. Please ask me what the gift is by the end of the session today evening. So somebody in the room, especially this is for the females, somebody who has the longest hair in the room. Even I could qualify for this, I guess. The female who has the longest hair in the room. You can stand up. How many females are here? Longest hair. We are voting for the longest hair in the room. I think you are the only one here who has the longest hair. What's your good name? Alicia. Arisha. Please give it up for Arisha, everybody. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please stand up and just flip for us? I think we have a tie. What's your good name? Neha. Please give it up for Neha as well. And now this is for the males in the house. Somebody who has the shortest hair. I think we have a lot of candidates for that. 1, 2, 3. If there is a tie, the tallest man wins. Okay. All right. Please give it up for yourselves, guys. Please give it up. And so, day one, because it's been a very, very long day. I am just looking for somebody to give me a quirky answer or something creative. How was day one for you? Give me some different and nice synonyms to explain your feelings or your entire experience about day one. You can't use the word good, very nice, except that. We have any different synonym coming up? How was day one for you all? Look. So yeah, in order to maintain, yes, sir. Informative. Oh, yeah, and that also. Yes, sir. Engaging. And this side? How was day one for you all? All right. Okay. I think we need some dose of motivation or we need some fuel for us. Do we call for some coffee shots here for the energy? Well, pause this session because we're just waiting for a few more people to join in. Then we will have lunching together. In the meantime, kindly stay back with us. You can chit chat, greet each other. Also, because it was incredible that sitting through the entire long day, I know it was very productive also, but you guys did it. So, people sitting on your right hand side and on your left hand side, we just do a small drill. So, can you please raise your right hands? Everybody, let's leave our mobile phones for a short while. Now, let's pat the back of the person sitting on our left hand side. And can we just say, good job, good job, buddy. In case there is nobody sitting on your right hand side, you can pat in the air. And now on the left hand side, similarly, good job, good job. Can we say it loud also? Good job. And now the most important person, that is you yourself. Please don't forget to appreciate yourself. Now pat your own back with both your hands and say, good job, I did it. Good job, good job. And now can we please have a huge round of applause for yourselves because you're sitting across day two also. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Louder, louder, louder. Perfect. So we are just about to begin in a few more minutes. Please stay with us. back, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly, as we are now starting with session 6, fueling R&D, skill development and innovation in CPC industry. And for the same, can we please have a huge round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, MOS, Independent Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So can we please have you on stage with a huge round of applause? I'd also request Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, Shri Arun Baroka, Secretary Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, Mr. Prashant Sinha, ED Skill Development, PwC, Mr. Jayant V. Doble, UK Verma, Executive Director EIL, Dr. Sangeeta Srivastava, Professor Dr. Shishir Sinha. Can I request all of us to join us on stage, please, for the next session? And now, can I please request Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, to kindly present a green certificate to Dr. Jitendra Singh, MOS, Independent Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. For a thicket of 10 trees, and now to present a green certificate to Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, to be honored with a thicket of 10 trees. Thank you, gentlemen. Kindly settle down. And for now, this session, can I please request Mr. Prashant Sinha, ED Skills Development, PwC, to moderate.
Thank you. To kick off the sessions, can I please request Shri Arun Barukaji, Secretary DCPC, Government of India, to set the context, sir.
Good morning, sir. Uh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, uh, the dignitaries present on the dais, Secretary Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, uh, Shri Shailesh Pathak ji, Secretary General FICCI, other dignitaries present here, Shri Jayant Doble ji, Shri UK Verma ji, Dr. Sangeeta Srivastava ji, Professor Shishir Sinha, and the dignitaries and the captains of the industry in the chemicals and petrochemical sector present in the hall. Sir, for your information, today's session is on fueling research and development, skill development and innovation in the CPC industry. CPC stands for chemicals and petrochemical sector as such, sir. Sir, just to give a brief overview of what has happened in the 2 days summit which we are having. Sir, this sector, sir, is a fast-growing sector. The sector grows at more than 1.2 to 1.5 times of the GDP growth, which is happening in the country. Currently valued at about $225 billion and projected to reach about 1 trillion by uh, 2040. The total size of the world market is about, sir, 9 trillion currently, sir. and we have a small share, but it's a very important share. Chemicals and petrochemicals is a sector which is a building block for the manufacturing sector. Chemicals and petrochemicals are present everywhere. So whatever we see, whether this is a plastic bottle or the mobile or the laptop or all the cables, fabric, the agrochemicals, particularly insecticide and pesticides, etc. The dyes and dyestuffs, which are basically the specialty chemicals, which is growing very fast, almost 1.5 times of the GDP growth. So it is all pervasive. It is present everywhere. The total number of products associated with this sector are about 80,000. So it is, since it is a building block, so its presence is felt in everywhere, not only in the agriculture, but in the construction industry, also manufacturing. Everywhere it is felt, sir. So today's session, we have consciously decided that we'll focus on uh, this particular theme for the reason that it is not only capital intensive. I'll give you a rough estimate of the kind of investment which is required, sir. For setting up of a refinery of a size of about 1.2 million metric ton per annum, which is normally an optimal size, and normally people go for that kind of size, the investment required would be about 60,000 crores, sir. This is a kind of investment. So the capital investment which is required is quite high, sir. It has also been estimated for your information that by 2040, if we have to reduce our import dependence, we need to have investment of about 18 lakh crores just for setting up of the refinery and petrochemical industry, which will take care of the requirements of the country. This is the kind of requirement which is there for the country. Sir, we have planned, and sir, since this sector is a totally deregulated, delicensed, except for toxic and hazardous chemicals, sir, the private sector is very much into this field, and we have the plans for about only 6 lakh crores. So that means there is a gap of about 12 lakh crore for which we need to have the planning to ensure that we have the sufficient capacity. So this is one of the important requirements for our industry. So we are creating a facilitating environment for the industry. A positive ecosystem needs to be created for the industry. And for that purpose, we had started with the setting up of first of all, making it totally deregulated, delicensed. Then, sir, in the initial stages, we had set up PCPIR. They are basically the regions which were exclusively set up for setting up of the chemical industry. So chemical industry by nature is considered as a red category industry. That means it's polluting, but it takes care of all the requirements which are there as per the law. And the four regions have been clearly identified where the industry has also grown very rapidly. Particularly in the western side, the Dahej in Gujarat, that has done really very well. Then the other region is Paradeep, so that has also been doing very well. Then in Andhra Pradesh, Vishakhapatnam area, and then Tamil Nadu, Kadalur and Nagapattinam. So there has been mixed outcome of these industrial areas. Based on the evaluation of this, we have found that instead of focusing on a very large area, which is a petrochemical regions out of I think about 400 kilometers to 500 kilometers, if we focus on those areas which are growing very rapidly, particularly the specialty chemicals, including dyes and dye stuff, etc. If we focus on a smaller area, provide the plug and play facilities, we will be able to do better. This is basis the feedback which we have been getting from the industry, sir. Sir, we have also a very important institution within the government sector, within the department, which is known as CPET. This started with the focus on plastics, not only providing the training, but also various kind of courses, training, that means short-term courses, diploma, and then even 6-month courses, then degree courses, even PhD they are doing. The Director General of CIPIT is present here. But now we have diversified ourselves to make sure that we not only do plastics but also consider all the petrochemicals. And we have decided to focus on chemicals. Chemicals is a term which is used worldwide. We use both chemicals and petrochemicals together. Uh, the kind of facilities which has been created in CIPET, we have about 46 centers all over the country. Uh, that's providing a very good environment for skilling, but a lot more needs to be done in the country, not only by the government sector, but also with the partnership with the private sector. Sir, uh, we need to have strategies which can be implemented to increase not only R&D, skill development, innovation in the CPC industry, collaboration, particularly for R&D, etc., training and development, encouraging the employee innovation, and also leveraging the digital technologies. So these are some of the tracks which we have identified for ourselves. So this is a broad context in which we are having this session today. Sir, I welcome you from the department as well as from the industry side. This is a joint attempt by this department to have a 2-day summit. So this is a third edition of the summit. So this is focusing on making India as a manufacturing hub, looking at the current scenario worldwide. When people are moving away from some of the European facilities where people would like to have alternative other than China, they would like to set up facilities in countries like India. They are looking up to us. We need to create an enabling environment, and not only enabling environment, we need to have the manpower. This is a knowledge intensive industry, and this requires not only the skilling at the lower level, but also at the higher level. Chemical engineering, chemistry is really a knowledge intensive, and we have, sir, for your information, we have very good skilled manpower also, and for that reason, we have been doing very well in some segments which require high level of knowledge. Uh, but unfortunately, people are not really that much interested in the chemical sector, particularly amongst the new generation. They are more towards the IT sector. We need to create that kind of environment wherein from the graduation, post-graduation, PhD level itself, people start taking interest. Now, it is a responsibility of the industry also to create that kind of enabling environment wherein we create that kind of atmosphere that we attract the manpower right from the days of graduation, post-graduation, etc. We also need to create an environment for the people who are involved in the jobs. So they also should be having a congenial kind of atmosphere. This is our responsibility all put together. Sir, I heartily welcome you in this session. Despite your busy schedule, you have taken time out and joined in this summit. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Secretary Sir. Uh, with this, we will proceed to a panel discussion. We have some very eminent industry leaders in midst of us. And, I don't know whether you had the opportunity. I was going through the press, and UN chief said, the era of global warming is over. We are in the era of global boiling. So Delhi, the flavor is more rains, but yes, the whole theme of sustainability and circularity could not be at a better time, and for industry, which, as Secretary Sir said, typically considered as a hazardous industry. So, we are here with a panel discussion with the themes of fueling skill development, industry, R&D, and innovation. All are interconnected themes, and basically, I'll be asking 2 rounds of questions. One would be focused on skills, and then we will proceed towards R&D and innovation. On the skill side, PwC and WEF did a report about a couple of years back, where we looked at the economic value to unlock through upskilling because of Industry 4.0, because of the obsolescence that is coming. What is the requirement on upskilling and how it can unlock the economic value? And the results were really, in terms of global GDP of major economies, the lift was about $6 trillion. And for India, the lift was about incremental GDP lift of $560 billion if the requisite investments is made in the upskilling in various industries. So with that context, skilling is central to, not just transitioning to the green, the ESG, but also unlocking the economic value within the industries and obviously from a job and productivity viewpoint. So let me kick it start from CIPIT. Secretary Sir mentioned about the great works that CIPIT is doing. So Professor Sinha, if I can bring you first to talk about, how CIPIT is positioned in this entire space and how you see the industry academia training center partnership evolving.
See, thank you, Mr. Sinha. First thing is that when I foresee and if we abide the saying said by Secretary Saab that the importance of chemical engineering cannot be overlooked right from when you start your day to the toothpaste or a toothbrush, and if you go to the bed, everywhere you involve chemical engineering and other things. And moreover, there are a variety of the product, like 80,000 chemicals are being questioned in the present scenario. And most of the chemicals are being imported from various things. Now, the aspect is that when I foresee that about 1.4 billion population of Indian context, and you see the quantum of the things what we have. Now, to produce the things and other thing, we need to have some sort of the manufacturing sector, some sort of the you can say the basic thing which required with respect to the skilling, reskilling, upskilling. Nowadays, it has become the buzzword because we need to cater the industry in all aspects. Now, when we talk about CIPET has become the, you can say the model in this particular aspect where we provide the one-stop solution. Now, when we talk about the one-stop solution, right from the raw material to everywhere, you'll find there are a lot of need of different skilled manpower, different skilling with respect to the knowledge, with respect to the marketing, with respect to the R&D, with respect to the thinking, all those things are required. With the presence of 46 institutes across country, and we see that how much requirement with the close interaction with the industry. Uh, in the last financial year, we organized almost 125 industry meet within the various CIPET campuses. Then there is an utmost need of skilling. Whenever we talk about the skilling, reskilling, upskilling, then there is a need to create the proper human resource. Trust me, all those things almost in next couple of years when we are going for at least the CIPET in question, 5 lakh skilled manpower, they will become the human resource in next couple of era. So the impetus towards when we see these statistical information, 140 crore population, variety of the product, variety of the manufacturing sector, variety of all kind of avenues, then there is an utmost need of different type of skilling aspect in everywhere. And this is clearly reflect why I'm saying that CIPET has become the role model. This is clearly evident that whatever the skilled manpower we are creating over the period of time, it is being welcomed by the industry with the 100% placement. This is one of the things. And over the period of time, CIPET has become the self-sustained body within the system. So that is one, you can say, the plus point, and it reflects the importance of the skilling. And that is clearly evident by the government policies like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and other thing. And when we see the grassroots level people which they are coming and they are taking the admission to the different skilling centers, this reflects that how our country is going to be aware in this particular aspect.
Thank you, Professor. So you have very, comprehensively covered the current supply side picture and the way it's integrating with the demand. Can I bring Mr. Doble in? Mr. Doble, just wanted to understand from you as an industry leader, both from your personal experience and leading Aditya Birla, how do you see the industry requirements around skilling in this sector, and what could be a template for, academia, government, industry all coming together to participate together in this?
Thanks. Thanks.
So look, the chemical industry is a knowledge and skill intensive industry. Chemical manufacturing happens where people, materials, and machines come together. And if something goes wrong in any part of this triangle, you can have productivity loss, you can have quality loss, you can even have dangerous incidents. So the skill of the people working in the chemical industry is extremely important. And this industry has a very different profile than most other industries. So I will explain with a couple of examples. CPET has done great work on the side of plastics, rubbers, etc. Actually, I myself have a polymer technology background. But the minute you move to the chemical industry, and let us say you have an electrician, right? This electrician is working in the presence sometimes of a high pressure reactor. He needs to follow safe practices, for example, lockout, tagout. If that person is not trained well, if he does not understand the risk of what he is doing, you can end up with some very terrible outcomes. Other industries do not face that type of risk profile so easily. If you are, for example, doing injection molding, since we have CPET here, the risk profile is very different than if you're doing work on a hydrogen reactor. You take another situation, right? Let's talk of the simple skill of welding. Welders are there in India in the thousands. But the minute you're working inside a reaction vessel, in a confined space which is 30 meters deep, no availability of oxygen, can get leakages from some pipes. It requires a completely different skill, training, profile for the people doing that work. And it is possible to do. The chemical industry is a very safe industry globally. If you look across the world, in Europe, in Japan, in US, the accident rates are going down. They're going down in India as well. They have substantially gone down in other big economies like China. But the foundation of the chemical industry is actually the skill of the people working in it to manage this triangle of people, material, and machines. That's where it all comes together.
Thank you, Mr. Doble. Very, incisive insights on the requirements around safety and adapting to the requirements of the industry. Can I now bring in Dr. Shivastava? Dr. Shivastava, I initially brought about the topic of upskilling. So what do you think are the future skills that are coming up in this industry, and how can we really prepare the workforce of the future?
Thank you. So when we look at skilling is, I think we are also talking today on circularity and sustainability. So I think when we move into the we transit to the new era where we have more sustainable options, energies, and feedstock, our skills requirement will be very different than what we have today. So upskilling and reskilling is really important. And while doing so, I think the industry and academia, they've come together to maybe, like as Mr. Doble have said, that we need to have specific skills inbuilt in the system. I will give another example, simple as like when we are going ahead and we are increasing our like economy and chemical industry is part of it, a simple driver who takes the chemicals on the road needs to be skilled, because it is so important that when the chemical is going, now we're talking about IT, OT, and all the trackers on the trucks which are moving across the country. If the driver does not understand what is he's getting signal for and how to react, it will be very disastrous. And we see those many accidents happening around. So our skill levels are required right from, since we are talking about transiting, we will be having biomass-based energy, like system feedstock and energy. We will have to have the skills right in the farms, where we will have the farmers also skilled, trained in digital world. Also, they get the information, they use the information, and also to the end of the product utilization. So skilling and our upskilling will be very important part of this transition journey.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Can I now bring in Mr. Verma from EIL? Now, EIL, has a cross-cutting view of the industry. Mr. Verma, how do you see, how do you create a culture, or what are the core elements that drive, a technology-driven, a innovation-driven culture with requisite investments in the workforce?
Yeah, thank you so much. See, EIL has seen this chemical industry for last 58 years, and we have been associated with almost all the technology providers all over the world. So, I mean, there's a lot needs to be done. We need to develop indigenous technology. We need to have focus on it. And right now, especially with respect to niche chemicals and all, there is a dearth in the country of the indigenous technologies. So we are also developing some indigenous technologies in these areas. So that is one part. And the second part comes in the detailing of the technology. I mean, because these technologies providers normally, I mean, they are very, say, secretive in terms of divulging the data and all. So detailing has to be done in a way that all these safety features and all minor things are taken care. So we have been doing that part also with almost all the EPC players in the country. And one more thing which I want to say, I mean, whatever small work we do related to these chemicals in terms of technology, let us file patents for that. So that way we can leverage with respect to international players. And the last but not the least, the partnership with the academia. So that also we are encouraging, we are having regular sessions with the academics as well as with the industry. So that way we can nurture the talent. The point rightly pointed out just a few minutes back that we are not into chemicals. The younger generation is not into this core branch. So that way I think we can bring awareness about this thing, because we have to be energy independent, we have to be carbon neutral. So that's the way, I mean, we have to do.
Thank you. We'll quickly just move on to the other part of our discussion, which is on R&D and innovation. And I'll bring back Mr. Doble. Mr. Doble, obviously there are imperatives about R&D in terms of, the spend that is there, the value chain diversification, improve the yield, lower the cost. But in some sense, R&D itself is getting disrupted. So, for example, if you look at advanced material innovations, you have material informatics and those kind of things coming in. So from your experience, how do you see the R&D landscape? What's going wrong, right? What can be better, and what could be the strategy to address the R&D needs of the industry?
Yeah, that's a very big question. I'll attempt to just scratch the surface. I think first we have to recognize that the chemical industry exists because of R&D. The origin of chemistry starts with alchemy, which was actually the quest of somebody has something more important to say. Yes. So the quest actually in chemistry started with some people trying to convert copper into gold, right? And since then, every breakthrough in chemistry has come through an R&D focus, right? The industry exists because of R&D. And the way to direct this R&D actually is to solve problems. Because, for example, if I'm running a factory today to make a certain chemical, I make a little bit of profit. I can always take the profit which I make and invest it in the same type of chemistry and make more, right? At some point, either that chemistry becomes obsolete because the world has changed, or the chemistry gets commoditized. So you have to keep allocating capital to R&D to generate extra returns. Otherwise, your company will die a slow death. So generating returns on R&D is important. R&D is like any other investment. And for example, if in your normal business you make 10% EBITDA margin, then you need to fund R&D projects which can generate 20% EBITDA margin. Otherwise, your industry will not be sustainable from a financial perspective. And the most important piece here, Prashant, actually is understanding what your customer requirements are. How are they changing? So I'll give you a very simple example. I have been working in the high performance materials industry most of my life. The work that happened in moving internal combustion engine, the petrol engine, from carburetors to direct injection started 10, 15 years ago. And at that point, people who were working in science and materials had to think, what will happen to the temperature of the engine? Will it go up? Will it go down? Will existing materials work? Will they not work? I'll just take this really simple example. If any one of you remember cars that were maybe 50 years old, they were usually made of steel, wood, leather, and glass. These were the four main materials of construction that was used to make an automotive. Today you will find high performance aluminum, plastics, electronic materials, and that kind of shows you how the technology has moved and how you need to keep investing in understanding how your customer is moving. And it's a big topic, Prashant. I can go on for a day here, but I'll have to hand it back to you.
No, thank you, Mr. Doble. And this is an opportunity for the audience. All the dignitaries are here and they can take this opportunity to connect with them at lunchtime. We'll close our panel discussion with this. And I'd now like to invite Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Skill Development. Sir, if you can address us.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी, श्री अरुण बरोका जी, श्री शैलेश पाठक जी और गणमान्य पैनलिस्ट्स और इस सभा में आए हुए आप सभी लोग, आप हमारा नमस्कार स्वीकार करें। मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से अभी तक जो अरुण बरोका जी ने बताया कि कैसे CPC इज अ मेजर ब्लॉक ऑफ डाउनस्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्रीज, 60,000 प्रोडक्ट्स आर देयर और इसकी जो ग्रॉस वैल्यू एडिशन जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लगभग 9% है और नेशनल ग्रोथ वैल्यू एडिशन जो है वो 1.3% है और लगभग 2 मिलियन लोग इसमें एम्प्लॉयड हैं। और एक और समस्या CPC इंडस्ट्री के साथ है वो ये है कि ये इस इंडस्ट्री में आना लोग एस्पिरेशनल नहीं समझते हैं। तो मैं कहूँगा कि इससे हमारी स्किल मिनिस्ट्री भी काफ़ी इसके साथ ही सिमिलर हमारी स्थिति है। स्किलिंग भी हर एक इंडस्ट्री के लिए, हर एक सेक्टर के लिए एक ऐसा इनपुट है जो हमें कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस देगा, प्रोडक्टिविटी देगा और अल्टीमेटली हमारे GDP को ग्रोथ में आने में बढ़ावा देगा, जो हमने अमृतकाल की जो अपने लक्ष्य रखा हुआ है। इसलिए चाहे वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के बारे में हो या जल जीवन के बारे में हो या विश्वकर्मा स्कीम के बारे में हो, MSME हो, CPC हो, हर एक सेक्टर में मैं कहूँ कि स्किल का महत्व और भी परिलक्षित हो रहा है। और इसके बारे में जैसे हमारे लक्ष्य हमारे सामने दिखते हैं तो हर एक सेक्टर में स्किल की भूमिका और गहरी होती चली जा रही है। जहाँ तक CPC इंडस्ट्री का मामला है, ये एक लक्ष्य इन्होंने ये भी रखा हुआ है कि इंडिया एक ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बने, हम अपने इंपोर्ट्स को कम करें। और हमने ये भी देखा है कि हमारे पास केमिकल पेट्रोकेमिकल केमिकल्स लगभग 12,000 कंपनियां हैं और पेट्रोकेमिकल लगभग 19,000 कंपनियां हैं। और उसमें लोगों की जो ज़रूरत है वो लगभग 6 लाख नए लोगों की ज़रूरत है, जैसा पैनलिस्ट ने भी बताया, जिससे से हम ग्रोथ करना चाह रहे हैं। मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इन अ टिपिकल सीपीसी इंडस्ट्री में लगभग 30 से 40% लोग जो हैं वो जो हमारे हमारे आंकड़े कहते हैं, मैं गलत भी हो सकता हूँ, जिसमें आईटीआई और अदर वोकेशंस के कोर्स के लोग आते हैं। लगभग से 20 से 25% लोग हैं जो 12 और उससे बिलो के आते हैं। और जैसा फरमाया गया कि यहाँ पे भी काफ़ी हाई स्किलिंग की भी काफ़ी आवश्यकता है, तो इसमें पीएचडी, डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर्स, उनकी संख्या भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। एक और महत्वपूर्ण विषय जो है वो ये कि कैसे जो पेट्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री उसको एक क्लस्टर्स में पाई जाती है, जैसे अरुण बरोका जी ने दहेज का नाम लिया, वाइजैक का नाम लिया, और कडलूर और हल्दिया और इनका नाम लिया। उसी तरह यूपी में भी कानपुर और लखनऊ में, पानीपत में इस तरह की इंडस्ट्रीज काफ़ी बढ़ रही हैं। और हाँ, ये भी देखा गया है कि जनरली जो सीपीसी कंपनियां लगभग 2 से 3% अपने R&D में खर्च करती हैं, और ज़रूरत है कि वो और भी इसमें खर्च करें, और इस अपस्किलिंग में भी उनकी खर्च और ज़्यादा दिखनी चाहिए। इस सारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में स्किलिंग के बारे में अगर मैं आपके सामने कोई मैं अपना निवेदन करूं, पहला ये कि हमारे एक डेडिकेटेड रबर एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल है, और हमारे आईटीआईज में लगभग 6 कोर्सेज चल रहे हैं जो NSQF लेवल 4 हैं। इसका मतलब हुआ कि अब 5, 6, 7, 8 ज़्यादा हायर स्किल की होती हैं। शॉर्ट टर्म स्किलिंग में भी हमारे पास 112 हमारी स्किल्स हैं, जिसमें सीपीसी से रिलेटेड 69 हैं, रबड़ के 35 हैं। ये सारे 3 और 4 NSQF लेवल के हैं। और जो नए कोर्सेज जो बनाए जा रहे हैं लगभग 32 हैं, जो 3 से 6 NSQF लेवल के बनाए जा रहे हैं। इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि हम मामूली से ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड स्किल्स के बारे में भी हम विचार करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अगर हमने जब एनालिसिस किया तो हमें ये पता चला कि जो नए क्वालिफिकेशन जो बनाने की आवश्यकता है, और जैसे मैं नए रोल जो बन रहे, अगर मैं कहूँ तो जैसे ऑटोमेशन असिस्टेंट का क्या होना चाहिए, BIS डेटा वेयरहाउस एक्सपर्ट के बारे में जो NSQF 5 लेवल का है, रोबोटिक सॉल्यूशन स्पेशलिस्ट 5 लेवल का, एर्गोनॉमिक्स, HMI एंड AR/VR, ये भी इस तरह के कोर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं। तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि सीपीसी सेक्टर में हमें जिन एरियाज में फोकस करने की ज़रूरत है, जिसमें रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, वो होगी रिसाइकिल, रीपर्पस एंड रीयूज़ के बारे में। कैसे इंडस्ट्रियल 4.0 के बारे में हम कोर्सेस लेके आएँ, नैनो, और कैसे हम टेस्टिंग एंड R&D में भी हम स्किलिंग की व्यवस्था कर पाएँ। मुझे लगता है कि ये स्किल को या स्किलिंग के साथ एस्पिरेशनल बनाने के साथ साथ हमें, जैसा सीपेट जो अपने काम कर रहा है लगभग 46 सेंटर में, वो काफ़ी उल्लेखनीय है, और उसमें भी हमें इंडस्ट्री के साथ काम करने की ज़रूरत है। तो मेरा निवेदन आपसे ये होगा कि अगर आपको स्किलिंग के बारे में कोई नए कोर्सेज बनाने की ज़रूरत है, हम आपसे मिलके, इंडस्ट्री के मिल के साथ काम करना चाहेंगे। हम ये भी चाहेंगे कि इंडस्ट्री आगे बढ़े, इंटर्नशिप की, ऑन द जॉब ट्रेनिंग की, गेस्ट लेक्चर की, कुछ एक्सपर्ट देने की हमारे साथ व्यवस्था करें। हम कस्टमाइज ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम, ट्रेनर्स प्रोग्राम भी बनाना चाहते हैं, कस्टमाइज ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम भी बनाना चाहते हैं, और साथ ही साथ हम ये चाहेंगे कि अपस्किलिंग जो आपकी इंडस्ट्री में है वो भी संख्या आगे बढ़े, और उसके बारे में आपके सुझाव भी मैं आमंत्रित करूँगा। और अभी तक जिस तरह से सीपीसी इंडस्ट्री आगे बढ़ने की स्थिति में है, तो ये काफ़ी सर्वविदित है कि हमें स्किलिंग को आगे बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। और मैं आप सबको ये आश्वासन देना चाहूँगा माननीय मंत्री जी के समक्ष कि स्किल मंत्रालय आपके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिला के काम करेगा। आप आगे आएँ, हमारे साथ जुड़ें, और हम अपनी PMKY स्कीम हो, ITI हो या अप्रेंटिसशिप हो, सब में आपका हम निरंतर सहयोग की अपेक्षा करते हुए आगे बढ़ने का हम कार्यक्रम करेंगे। इस सभा में मुझे बुलाकर स्किल के बोलने के बारे में ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटी दी गई, इसके लिए मैं अरुण बरोका जी और उनके तमाम सहयोगियों का मैं धन्यवाद देते हुए अपनी बात खत्म करता हूँ। जय हिंद।
Jai Hind, and thank you so much, sir. And with this, now I'd like to call upon our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, MOS, Independent Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to address everybody.
Seated on the dais, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India. Shri Arun Baroka ji, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. Mr. Jayant Doble, Professor Shishir Sinha, Dr. Sangeeta Srivastav, Mr. U.K. Verma, Mr. Prashant Sinha, representatives and captains of the industry, all the stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I have to congratulate the Ministry of Skill Development and Chemical Petrochemicals and also the FICCI for having come together to organize this important event. I'm sure is going to make us wiser at the end of the 2-day deliberations that are being planned and envisaged. And I was just listening to a very thoughtful observation by Mr. Tiwari, who was saying that skill का मंत्रालय उपलब्ध है आपके लिए हर तरह से, लेकिन है क्या कि to coordinate with the skill ministry also you have to have skill. So wo, unless there is an aptitude and you know what to coordinate with, and I'm saying this on a serious note, वो गालिब का शेर है कि बस के दुश्वार है हर काम का आसान होना, आदमी को भी मैसर नहीं इंसान होना, तो हर आदमी अपने आप को इंसान भी नहीं कह सकता. So the point is, it's hardly a guarded secret that skill and innovation are at the heart of every new initiative that has been taken up by this government, particularly after 2014, because Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi himself has a huge aptitude for that. But our mindset is not developing that skill. And incidentally, that aspect was not touched during the panel discussion. How to skill the mind and the mentality that has, got conditioned over the years. Because otherwise, yes, without any second opinion, it is the skill and the innovation. And when we talk in the context of chemicals and petrochemicals, the area is a sector which has a bearing on agriculture, which has a bearing on healthcare, which has a bearing on infrastructure. And again, when we talk of R&D, it's not something new. You have to be constantly in the research and development mode if you have to sustain, if you have to grow, if you have to move on. Whether it's a green tech, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's hydrogen. But first of all, I think each one of us, all the stakeholders sitting in this room and also beyond, must realize is that all this was also there, the same resources, same diversity, and therefore what is now the difference that we have to talk about it? And we never had a dearth of the human resource. We had some of the best of the brains in India. Like the other day I was talking when we were launching that Chandrayaan at Sriharikota, we said we had youngsters like Sarabhai carrying launcher on the carriage of a bicycle. No resources, but dreams were in plenty. So what has happened now is, and that is something that we have to realize to make the best of it. Possibly the shortcoming was at the level of the policy planners, at the level of the political dispensation. And incidentally, without being modest, I would say in the last 9 years, that favorable milieu has been provided by this government headed by Prime Minister Modi. You have the liberty to experiment. You have the liberty to take path-breaking initiatives. You have the liberty also to break the taboos of the past as long as you can convince the authorities, as we did even in case of space. 3 years back, we opened the space sector to private participation. Within 3 years, we have 150 startups. The other day when I was there for the launching, And a media person asked me, he said some of the opposition parties have said that this was happening even earlier. Why so much of beating out Trump now? So I asked him, you just tell me, have you been here before? He said, no. I said, that is the difference. You were forbidden even from peeping inside the gates of the Satish Dhawan Space Center, Srigata. And that day we had 1,000 media persons at large, moving all over. And that has broken the taboos of the past because we had an arrangement in place, a leadership in place, which could support that. Otherwise, normally, the political leadership and so also the bureaucracy finds it comfortable living in status quo. यहीं से एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी और फिर रिटायरमेंट और फिर 5 साल कुछ और कमीशन विशन बीच में कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट करते करते दुर्घटना हो गई तो but that is now has been provided a buffer in this government. That is, I think, what is making the difference. And then, so how best to make use of it? Now it's up to us. As I said in my opening sentence, the skill ministry is there. Mr. Tiwari is making a very passionate appeal. But do we have the skill to coordinate with the skill givers? And the difference, if you see the last 9 years of the Independence Day addresses of Prime Minister Modi, because Independence Day address of India is watched keenly by the entire world. It's like a declaration of intent of the government in place, whichever the party, whichever the Prime Minister. It defines what the government stands for, what it plans for the year to come or the years to come. Each of the Independence Address was marked by one or other important technology-driven or skill-driven or innovation-driven declaration, which didn't happen in the past. 2014, you started off with Swachhata, and everybody was wondering, the Prime Minister talking about toilets, expecting lofty platitudes about the world scenario and India's role. But that cleanliness drive has led you to get over, statistically, so many diseases which were resulting out of unhygiene, and you have pulled out, and statistics say so, 13.5 crore people above poverty line. The next year he was talking about digital India. The subsequent year he was talking about Gaganyaan in his independence. After that he was talking about deep sea mission. And mind you, he spoke about deep sea mission twice, 2021, 22. And I think that was also an attempt to create awareness among the people, because even now people don't know what is deep and what is sea, and where is this mission going to land. But it's for us to realize that the entire resource is going to be from ocean resources, from the Himalayan resources, where you talk of chemicals, you talk of you talk of petrochemicals and the bioeconomy. Do you know, before 2014, of course, we talk of the overall startups and we take fancy in saying the number of startups in India was 350, 400, now it's more than 1 lakh, so many unicorns. But if you take strictly bioeconomy, I don't know how many of you would be aware, we just had 50 startups. It is embarrassing even to say so. We had just 50 biotech startups in 2014. The number is now gone up to 6,000. We had just $1 billion US dollar bioeconomy in 2010, 2014. Sorry, 10 billion. It's now gone over to 80 billion within 8-9 years. And the projection is that it will be 100 billion by 2025. So when we talk of the petrochemicals, the biological resources, we have to first realize the importance of bioeconomy. And bioeconomy was a subject which was hardly talked about in this country. And now, when we have this event, the entire focus is on the resources which are in one way or the other related to it, whether it is the biofuels or the bio-based chemicals, which will result in waste to wealth or circular economy as it's being described now. I think Mr. One of us said that's more into IT, the startups. Now, why has that happened? That also happened because we didn't have the insight to peep what was lying inside my home. I was seeing what I was made to see. I was made to see IT because somebody showed me from the West. The concept of startup came from West and straight away landed in Bangalore, which was an IT hub. So it got fixed in our minds. Skill means IT, innovation means IT, startup means IT, which is not so at all. You may not be an IT graduate or a scholar to be an innovator, to be a skilled in a particular sector, or even to be a startup. And when I say you saw that because you were made to see by an extraneous factor, but you didn't see what was there around you. We have the huge bioresource in India, which is exclusive to India. And that's what this event is dedicated to. You know, our two richest resources, when we talk of Amrit Kal, as Mr. Tiwari was saying, have we asked ourselves, how are we going to reach that pedestal? Where is that value addition going to come? Naturally, if you tell your spouse the next year on your birthday, I'll gift you BMW, so also you keep wondering, मैं पैसे कहाँ से लाने हैं? या तो बहुत ज़्यादा अपस्केलिंग हो जाएगी, इंक्रीमेंट हो जाएगी, या कोई इधर उधर गपला करूँगा बीवी को खुश करने को. So have you ever thought, where is this? It is going to come from two sources. One is the one that we are discussing. And entirely, in fact, both of these sources are connected to the subject today. One is these huge Himalayas, full of biodiversity, aroma, herbs. The other is the oceans. We have the longest coastal area, 7,500 kilometers long. We have an ocean called Indian Ocean. No other country has. Why? Did you ever ask yourself? No. Because Indian Ocean अंग्रेज ने नाम रखा, हमने भी Indian Ocean रख दिया. लेकिन आपने कभी अंग्रेज से पूछा? क्या किसी ऑस्ट्रेलियन से पूछो? Your country is Australia, your island is Australia, your continent is Australia. Why your ocean is not Australian Ocean? So we are being led by what we are, the cues that are coming from extraneous sources. We are not picking up cues which are lying around us. And now of course, I'm glad that this government has also started Samundrayan about 2 years back. The huge materials, minerals, metals that lie at the bed of the sea, right from Odisha up to Maharashtra, is going to be such a huge wealth which no other country has. Your entire skill has to be dedicated to that. Your entire startup mission to that. Your entire innovation to that. You may not be an IT scholar. You may not be even a graduate. Now, for example, as I talk of Himalaya, we have had this purple revolution, which has been initiated by Aroma Mission. We have about 3,000 youngsters associated with the agri sector, whom you can also call agri startups by the current phraseology. I think hardly any one of them is a graduate. But they know the skill of doing it. And as I said, the government is very favorable. We are providing every kind of technology. If you grow lavender, all the source material is provided to you. Hand holding is done to develop the product. And to carry the product to the market, the tie-up is also done by the government. There was so much of ease of business has been sought to be brought in, which is, I'm sure, going to increase in the times to come. And therefore, we're talking of the health sector. The other day, I had that ambassador from I think Switzerland. He wanted to initiate some project with us and wanted some support. So I said, in what area you want to? So he said, sir, we have yet to decide. Can you suggest us? I said, I need not. You name the disease and I have there. We have all the infectious diseases ranging from tuberculosis, leprosy, everything. And at the same time, we have also those diseases which are prevalent in the West, whether it's diabetes, whether it's heart attack, whether it's cancer, whether it's dyslipidemias. Because it's such a vast country, even the disease spectrum is diverse. The diseases of the north does not necessarily happen in the south. Or head and neck cancers more prevalent in northeast do not happen in Delhi. So similarly, our biodiversity, the entire this philosophy and this discussion, which is surrounded around biofuels and bioresources, is actually exclusive to India. And I think we have a very favorable world attention also that we are fifth economy, we have jumped 40 places in the Global Innovation Index. And then the question of ecosystem, before I conclude, as was again being mentioned in the panel. I'm just picking up cues from what was talked about in the panel discussion, because I usually don't speak from the talking points given by the secretary. Because then I'm not speaking, I'm speaking for the secretary. So why the ecosystem? The ecosystem is to develop only if each one of us considers himself a stakeholder. But that doesn't happen. We are good as, Indians, Jagadu Indians, we are good at stealing the eco from someone's lab, but not creating an ecosystem. Now the COVID vaccine happened, we were the first in the world to come out with a DNA vaccine. The leading biotechnologists who are of the world acceptance now, world recognition, but of Indian origin, who were behind the trials that went into the development of that, are unheard of. So all of them came to me, said, we will not talk about. I said, because you didn't blow the trumpet. He said, the company which has manufactured is known all over India, also across the world. I said, yes, because they had to sell it. So for them, it was a compulsion. They had to make noise. Look here, we have come to the market with the first vaccine, this, that, so that they could attract the client, attract the customer. But you, like good researchers, had kept yourself confined to the labs. And the entire trial was done not far off. It was done in Faridabad. We have a very state-of-the-art institute called Translational Health Institute. So, to create an ecosystem, important is that glare of glory should also be shared by all. So I have not told them, at each stage of your trial, you make a little noise. Till we have crossed first stage of the trial, become second. So that when finally it happens, you also are somewhere, find a place as a part of the team. Because otherwise, since we are still in an evolving society, we will not be ready to give the credit to the person who would have actually initiated it. The famous English author Milton said, they also serve who stand and wait. But we don't believe in that philosophy. We believe that they serve who dance and sing. Though the person guarding the gate is equally serving the purpose. But till then, we have to make each one of stakeholder, and most of all the industry. We do a trial, then reach out to the industry. And that is something which I think the government sector will also have to come out of that mindset. Involve the industry right from the beginning. And I think FICCI can have an important role in that. Give them the liberty of doing some mapping. Let them decide what kind of project they want, what kind of innovation they want, because that is important for sustainability. The next stage would be sustainable startups, sustainable economy. And since India is already laid down before itself very ambitious goals, net zero by 2070, so we also have to live up to the global parameters, because we are looking forward to assume a global role And therefore, I think towards the end, the two important takeaways would be involving the stakeholders, most importantly, the industry from day one. Make them equal partners, also make them equal investors. Because when industry invests, it pinches. Knowledge partnership may not pinch, but money partnership pinches. So be hardened. And second, create awareness. Awareness not within this room, even outside. You know, this year we had a khadi industry turnover of 1 lakh crore, because I keep doing all those things, you know, for my own learning. So I was trying to understand, though that's not part of my department. I was amused. I wanted to actually understand their designer khadi garments being sold abroad. So I asked them to hold a camp in my constituency. They're providing huge subsidy, 35, 40% subsidy, and the rest of the amount that you take from the bank. If there's an interest, the interest also paid by the Khadi corporation or whatever you have in the government. And I found there was hardly anybody in my constituency coming to avail of that. And later on, I was going around telling those boys, I said, why didn't you turn up? Sir, हमें किसी ने बताया नहीं. So first you have to tell them कि बताया कहाँ. The eye see what the mind knows. तो ये भी आपको बताना है कि बताने के और सूचना के तकाजे तरीके बदल गए. Everything is there in your mobile phone. Nobody is going to tell you. Nobody is going to inform you. But if you just educate the youngsters that please scan your mobile every day to see what new schemes are there, what new incentives are there, and it is cost-free. In fact, because I like to work with youngsters and sometimes they also don't mind being scolded by me. I told one of those boys, I said, I have seen you changing your profile picture thrice a week, and for the one whom you change may not be seeing it. But you have missed out on what you would have found good. So I think that awareness, and for that, government alone is not enough. FICCI alone is not enough. A scientific worker alone is not enough. It has to have a larger integration and a holistic participation of the society at large. And each one of us. That was a beautiful, that Panch Mantra which Prime Minister said, the last one was citizen duties, which was not taken seriously. I think that is citizen duty. Each citizen has to realize that he is part of it and he is to be made aware of it. We can go on and on, but I think before the light, this is enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm address. Can I please request Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, to come up for a vote of thanks?
To save time, I'll speak from here. Honorable Minister Manya Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, our colleagues Shri Arun Baroka ji, Shri Atul Tiwari ji. I actually wanted to share a story from CERN, Geneva, sir. अभी मैं पिछले महीने गया था, and I made a specific pilgrimage to CERN, Geneva, which is so. There was this gentleman called Tim Berners-Lee, who actually invented the data sharing protocol, which we now know as the World Wide Web. And he said in 1989 that I would like to work on this. And his boss said, "ये क्या है? ये internet क्या है बकवास? It's a vague idea, so you only do it in your spare time." In 1989, that was Tim Berners-Lee doing internet, www, in his spare time. In 1993, he started leading the internet regulator of the world. That was an idea in 1989, which led to so much cash flow for so many of us. And when Tim Berners-Lee went to a colleague and said, you can create your website, that colleague said, "Kahe ke liye chahiye website? Why would anyone want to have a website?" So as Honorable Minister said, how to skill the mind is a big challenge. But what the private sector is fully prepared to do, sir, is to convert ideas into cash flow. Because that is what business is all about. You take good ideas, you implement this with funding and execution, and you create cash flow. So in that respect, sir, as you have advised and guided, FICCI will certainly work very closely with private sector as well as the science community So just for your knowledge, sir, we have met Dr. Ravichandran, Ministry of Earth Sciences. I was very proud to go and meet Dr. Somnath in ISRO, and we all would like a great landing of Chandrayaan, a round of applause for our science community. We have met Mr. Mohanty, Department of Atomic Energy. And in the last national meeting we had, sir, in FICCI was in Guwahati. The first time ever that a national business chamber had a meeting in the Northeast. और हमने सर IIT Guwahati में आधा दिन बिताया. And some amazing research that can be commercialized. So coming back to CERN, I had gone there because I knew that CERN offers technologies developed in CERN free of cost. And I said, how can FICCI members convert these technologies into cash flow? But sir, वहाँ एक लड़का मिला Ashok Kumar. Ashok Kumar is from Hamirpur, Himachal. He's the third batch of Navodaya. And coming back to Atul Tiwari and Arun Baroka's point, sir, he came from a modest background in Himachal. He attended Navodaya. Today, he's working in CERN. So this is the way we can develop our own skills, especially for the CPC sector, but in general. And I would only like to conclude, sir. You have shown the way. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत मंडपम के उद्घाटन पे कहा था that think big, dream big, and act big. On behalf of our industry members, sir, we will think big, dream big, and act big. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderfully quoted. And now we break for the networking lunch, and we've cut short it to 45 minutes. Let's see you in next 45 minutes sharp. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we resume with our session number 7, that is sustainability through circular economy. Sustainability through circular economy is a concept that aims to promote a more sustainable and efficient use of resources by reducing waste and promoting recycling and reuse. Circular economy is an economic model that is based on the principles of reducing, resuming, and recycling materials and resources. And to debate further on it, can I please request our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Goyal, Chief Scientist and Head, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, to kindly please join us on stage with a huge round of applause. Joining Mr. Goyal, we have Ms. Sangeeta Raghuram, Executive Director, Sustainability Practice, PwC. We also have Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Director, ExxonMobil, Product Solutions Asia Pacific. Mr. Avinash Verma, President, Petchem Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Amit Bansal, Director, Sales Process Catalyst, BSF. And Mr. Manish Panchal, Executive Director, Equirus Capital. I'd now request Ms. Sangeeta Raghuram, Executive Director, Sustainability Practice, PwC, to kindly take over the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. The first session after lunch is always a challenge, but in the interest of time, we'll get started right away. This session is titled Sustainability through Circular Economy. And I think since yesterday, you would have heard a lot about sustainability in the context of this particular industry. Let me give a brief overview of circular economy itself, because that is coming into the conversation relatively late in the game. The typical business model is linear model, which is take, make, dispose. Circularity is about closing the loop, which will start with replacing your raw materials, which are using virgin materials, with renewable materials, recycled materials, starting from those raw materials to maximizing the use of your product, increasing the lifespan, bringing in reuse in whatever possible manner, and going up to the end stage, avoiding waste completely, which brings in aspects of recycling, refurbishing, and in that manner, by minimizing value leakage, you're closing the loop. And increasingly, businesses, governments, citizens, everybody is starting to talk about circularity because climatic events are affecting supply chains. Resource scarcity is a reality which is affecting supply chains of businesses. So circularity is an immediate need that people have to look into. Let me also add that it's not a new concept. It's not a new buzzword in sustainability. It is something that has always been there, maybe not tagged under circular economy, under lean practices or under responsible business or under resource efficiency. People, businesses have always tried to minimize their waste, increase their recycling in many aspects. So I think the point that is to be noted here is that we need circularity not just because it's the right thing to do, not just because of the compliance requirements, but because it makes business sense. And that is how you can make sure that it's sustainable. And today on the stage here, I have different businessmen who have been eminent players, who have been in the front lines in introducing circularity in their business, ensuring sustainability in the way that they undertake manufacturing, and really looking forward to hearing their stories of how they have incorporated sustainability and circular economy in their businesses. So let me just give a brief overview. Let's start with Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Director, ExxonMobil. Mr. Mehta, if you could share some of your experiences on the sustainability initiatives and circularity initiatives that have been undertaken by ExxonMobil.
Yeah, Thank you, Sangeeta. Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, so from ExxonMobil perspective, we are progressing on advanced recycling solutions globally across different parts of the world. Advanced recycling, if I could explain briefly, it's transforming plastic waste into into molecules which can be further used as the raw materials for producing virgin plastics and other valuable products. So we have started a new plant in Baytown, Texas last year, whereby we kind of transform 40,000 tons of plastic waste in a year. And we intend to grow this capacity over the next few years. We are looking at opportunities across the globe. Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, some of the European countries, and we expect that by end of 2026, we target to transform 500,000 tons of plastic waste through this advanced recycling process. We believe that through this new technologies, we should be able to bring not only reduce plastic waste, but also bring the virgin products to our customers without having an impact on the overall energy consumption. That's the first area. We also believe that simultaneously we have to continue to work on mechanical recycling. And we have our Bangalore Research and Development Lab working with the plastic industry in India, whereby we bring in new solutions to redesign the product and also use the mechanical recycled products into various applications. So by bringing new technologies through advanced recycling, by continuing to use mechanical recycling process, and by redesigning the products, we believe that we continue to contribute to the industry through this circularity.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Very interesting set of initiatives which you've already undertaken. Would you comment on the kind of challenges you faced in the process of undertaking these?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there are many challenges, as we all understand. Some of it, I think, the policy related challenges, which I would like to highlight. I think in terms of the systems, the waste management systems, I think we don't have enough efficient waste management systems and the recycling infrastructure. And that's a piece I think I would like to highlight is one area where as policymakers I think can spend some time. The second one is the quality standards of the recycled products. I think we still need to work on those quality standards so that they include the mass balance principles into those quality standards and also are aligned with the global certification methods and the global standards. So that's the two second thing. And third one, I think from a policy perspective, I expect that we create an enabling environment whereby we get more investment into the recycling solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Since we were talking about Petchem, I think I would request Mr. Avinash Verma to come in right now. You must have had similar initiatives from Reliance's side as well. How would you share your experience and the challenges that you went through in the process of working towards sustainability and circularity in Reliance?
Thank you, Sangeeta. And good afternoon, everyone. See, if I begin first on sustainability, I can say that we, and not only we, the whole country, sees this as an opportunity. India has taken very ambitious and aggressive efforts in the direction of promoting sustainability as a country together as a whole, and led by the government policies, government leadership, these initiatives are going on in a very strong foot. Coming to our company, Reliance, the larger initiatives which would go towards sustainability is, say, we have plans to be net zero by 2035. This is one of the most aggressive net zero target among globally. And very aggressive efforts are there on the way. We are getting into new energy. We are into green hydrogen. We are getting into solar power, gigafactories, you would have heard. So there's a whole lot of very major efforts and are there on way. Total investments which have been planned are to the tune of close to 70,000 crore rupees. That kind of efforts are underway to promote sustainability in all aspects of Reliance Industries. Coming to circularity, I fully agree with the initiatives which Rakesh has said the industry is taking. Similar initiatives are on way in Reliance also. We are there working towards redesigning the products, redesigning the materials, rewriting the recipe of materials so that it can promote circularity. We are in our own way supporting industry in creating a downstream ecosystem to promote circularity. We are in polymers, we are in polyesters, we ourselves are already doing significant recycling and creating a complete circular loop in many areas and have serious intent to take it forward. So we are into simple recycling, mechanical recycling, which we call in polyesters as well as in polymers. We recycle PET bottles into fiber to garment to promote it worldwide. We have found worldwide acceptance of the recycled fiber which we produce, which goes into 100% recycled fabric. Coming to plastic recycling, we have created a complete system and created a brand for promoting plastic end of life plastic waste for application in road, and we are promoting it. We have got vital certifications, approvals, and some more approvals still we are pursuing. So that is one part of our circularity efforts in plastics. We have already launched our circular plastic polymers. So EcoRepol and EcoReline are already in market and we are supporting that. We are building a capability in the country for chemical recycling also, where we would be able to convert again end of life plastic into oil which can be taken to refinery, our own refinery, and complete circular loop can be created. And all these efforts are on a very advanced stage. That's all I think I can share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Since you mentioned such massive initiatives, I was very tempted to bring Mr. Amit Bansal into the conversation. BASF is known to have undertaken several initiatives in reducing emissions. So you would have had your own growth journey in terms of the initiatives that you have undertaken. Would you like to comment on that?
Thanks, Sangeeta. So yes, you're right. BSF has been pioneering these attempts for a long time. In fact, we are one of the founding members of Alliance to Plastic Waste. But coming specifically to some of the things that BSF has been doing, three main areas that I would like to briefly touch on. One is chem cycling, which Exxon and our friend with Reliance also has mentioned. That's something which we believe is of utmost importance because mechanical recycling can lead to number of loops, which are very definite. But if we need to have a sustainable recycle loop put in, then chemical recycling comes into place. And for that, BSF already is implementing plastic to pie oil conversion And we have already tied up with a couple of companies in North America where we're using this bio-oil as a feedstock to our crackers to generate new plastic. So that's one end of the chem cycling. The second thing that we are also looking at is not just typical HDP and LLDP plastics being recycled, but also looking at new material loops, be it polystyrenes or be it your mattress foams, that is PU, etc. So these are some of the areas that we are already trying to bring into circularity so that you can convert these polymers back into monomers and then they can be converted back into the new materials. So that's the second area that we are looking at. Then third is a bit of an innovative approach that we have employed, which is called as biomass balanced approach. In this, we have been able to replace some of the feedstocks that we use in our crackers and downstream petrochemical plants with bio-based feedstocks. And this is, we consider this as a bridge gap arrangement. We don't consider this, so I'm putting up a disclaimer here that is not the solution, but kind of an intermittent solution where a part of this feedstock is coming from a bio-based feedstock and the rest is coming from a fossil-based feedstock. But at the end, the product that you get, you're able to attribute the recyclability, percentage recyclability or percentage product that is coming from the bio-based feedstock as a final attribute to that product. And this approach is already certified by Red Cert and IICC Plus. So it's an approach which has an audit behind it. To give some examples on what else we have done, some of the products which would fall under biodegradability. So we have come up with the biodegradable plastic called EcoBio. This is already available in the market and is fully compostable. So yeah, in a nutshell, quite a few initiatives, almost $4 billion investment has been committed by BSF till 2030 in all these initiatives put together, sustainability and circularity.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Some very, very specific examples shared by the members here. I want to take one step back and take a broader view, and I would request Mr. Manish Panchal to speak here. We were discussing Industry 5.0 and sustainability. I think that'll give us a broader perspective here.
Okay, thanks. I think many of them who know me, they know that I come with a decent background. Otherwise, those who don't know would wonder why Equurus Capital guy is in the circularity discussion. So I've been with DuPont Sustainable Solutions as a country leader, then with Reliance Industries for some time, and then prior to that, head of Tata Strategic to head chemicals and energy practice. So that's the background, so I'm here. Now, coming to this Industry 5.0. So I've been talking about it, and incidentally, it happens that I'm one of the only one as of now in the world talking about how sustainability will disrupt the whole ecosystem and businesses. How many of you know what is the total circularity percentage in the world right now? Anybody? Anybody from the audience? You can shout out. What is the percentage of total circularity by all the consumption? Okay. Guess, it's a guess, no problem. If you don't know, it's a guess. Less than 1. Anybody else? Superb. 7.2. Excellent. I was expecting coming from, I think claps for him, of course. So 7.2 2023 report on circularity talks about 7.2%. And going forward, it has to increase and make it balanced. So the approach of Industry 5.0 in a nutshell, I'll explain. So I've been talking about Industry 1.0 due to steam ran for almost 200 years, right? From 1700 to 1900. From electricals around 70 years, which disrupted, and a lot of focus was with electricals. Then electronics around 40 years, from 70s to 2000, you can say, or 2010. 2010 onwards, it was all the digital version where we talked of digital disruptions, Industry 4.0. And then I'm talking of Industry 5.0. Many people talk about digital AI and stuff as 5.0, but I'm saying let that be 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, but there has to be something which is different, that is sustainability. And this has been talked around for quite some time, but nobody's taken it seriously. It's just that after signing up some of those COP documents, the countries are taking it seriously and talking about SDGs, ESG, net zero, carbon zero, all those stuff. And new terminologies have come in. All of us were aware of three Ps, people, process, planet, but never ever this kind of importance what is getting now or being highlighted in every discussion. I'm on board of 6 companies, and everywhere we've created a sustainability committee in every company, whether it is involved in chemical or non-chemical industry. Three of them are chemicals. So point I'm trying to drive is that if you just look at one example, because I can give many, we can talk it offline. Just one example, EV, electric vehicles. Now, the number of components which are existing in the current IC vehicle, which is using the conventional diesel or petrol, and just the conversion of that vehicle into from regular to a lithium ion battery, the entire mechanism, the entire equipments bearing the look, if you see internal, I heard somewhere it's less than 70 components now in a vehicle from few hundreds or thousand components. So just imagine people who are into some of those niche businesses or auto component suppliers, they're really in a serious mode of revamping their business, relooking, reimagining. Some of them are looking at completely new business, getting out of this old one. Their family also, first generation to second generation, is thinking this is a, you get it? So this is where I'm talking about, it's a disruption in business. And you will see it happening across different businesses. Another example I'll give you, like recently, one of the company I'm involved with, we've received a kind of a letter from our Swiss client who's based out of Switzerland. They have sent a form and they've sent a link. So they are already on scope 3, and we are yet to even do an assessment of our energy audits, or, I'm talking of ESG audits, scope 1. You get my point. So a lot of small, medium-sized companies, this is just 400 crore size company. Small, so क्या चलता है, कुछ नहीं होगा यार मनीष भाई, ये खाली बात चल रही है. Now when the customer has sent a note, they are little panic. He is one of the largest customer for them. And that guy said, Ki, we are answerable to our customers. So please deliver this before you send your next deliveries, or maybe 3 months notice. So now we are looking for some auditors and trying to work on that. You getting my point? So it is coming. In Gujarati, we have that vagayo means शेर आया, या wolf in English we have. But वो अब तक सबको ऐसा ही था कि it's coming, कुछ नहीं होगा. But last 1.5 year, things have started changing more seriously. We are seeing it in the environment also. The kind of temperature rise in Greece or some of the European countries, friends went for vacation, they said, yaar, maja hi nahi aaya. This vacation, I'm talking just a month back, and last few weeks also. So this is real. So let's not take it for granted, and hence I believe Industry 5.0 is going to be the biggest disruptor. And as we say, change is constant. Here I'm saying change is accelerated from 200 years to 70 to 40 to 10. But this one, maybe we don't know how short or long it may remain. So that's what my point on Industry 5.0.
Thank you, Mr. Panchal. One of the points that you mentioned is something that I want to take up with Mr. Mehta, because Mr. Mehta, you also mentioned the challenges because of the waste management, the quality of plastic that you get for your production. And I think it connects with the point Manish also mentioned. You have to depend on a lot of downstream and upstream partners to actually do your business. That dependency cannot be ignored at all. And in my line of work also, that is a requirement that comes in from a lot of businesses who are trying to figure out who's the right partner to take along on this journey, because it has to be a reliable partner who's doing exactly what they're saying they're doing. You have to have that trust. What are the kind of challenges you have met in that particular context? Collaborations and partnerships that you have had to make?
So again, thank you, Sangeeta. It's a good question. So I would say we are still at a stage where we are building partnerships. We are, getting collaboration. And one of the good things happen in India is that we have come out with this EPR regime, which is again a very progressive step. And what we believe is that as we further mature and further progress on this EPR, we will get involvement of petrochemical producers, the brand owners, the recyclers, and more people will start collaborating. And that's where I believe this should help. The second one is, I think we continue to look at opportunities to collaborate with the people who are having a similar thinking, and that's what I think we talked about Alliance to End Plastic Waste. Again, we were also one of the founding, people who started that, and that's basically to look at how we can improve the waste management systems and some of the infrastructure that we have in various countries. So I think we are still at an early stage. We are trying to collaborate with the various, countries and their municipal corporations kind of parties. Like in the US, we have a partnership with the Houston, municipal corporation equivalent, whereby we plan to take some of the waste from them and use it in our recycling plant. So I think we are still at a learning stage, and we believe that as we move forward, we will need to bring more and more partnerships into this arena.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. You mentioned EPR, and I have to take a moment to talk about how much the regulatory evolution that has happened in the recent past itself has changed the market so much. There is so much more emphasis on traceability, bringing in digitization to make sure that you know where your product is coming from. And particularly when it comes to plastic, it's a largely informal sector even to this day. And that brings its own challenges when you talk about bringing in new technologies. I'd like to request Mr. Bansal to comment on that particular aspect because you've also been bringing in new technologies to address this particular aspect.
Thanks, Sangeeta. And that's a really good question, actually. So if we look at plastic recycling value chain, we are talking about aggregators, sorters, somebody who is going to convert it into a oil or a monomer unit, and then somebody who's again going to process it, and then the final end user. One of the biggest challenges that we came across in this value chain was for the sorters. And for that, we worked with a company called Trenomics, and then we came up with a solution which is a handheld spectrophotometer that can easily tell what kind of a plastic composition it is if you kind of just hover it around on a plastic waste. So these are some of the new innovations that are now coming up as, and could be termed as new business models also for, some of these companies that can help us to overcome these challenges and at the same time provide opportunities as well to bring, these different new plastics or, the plastic which we have not thought can be recycled before back into the loop.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Which actually makes me realize one particular point which has been mentioned in terms of many initiatives when it comes to circularity is that in many cases, they remain just pilots. Scaling up has been a challenge for many businesses. And I would request Mr. Verma to comment on this because you also launched a lot of initiatives right now. And the kind of big group that you are, how are you looking at scaling them up?
Yeah, I can say that this remains a challenge and would remain a major issue as we go forward on implementing circularity in totality. We will have to discover and evolve the whole ecosystem and all the whole dynamics as to how we scale it up to the levels it is envisaged or it is expected to scale up. The issues which we are seeing now are right from starting from collection and the quality of collection and the quality of how we make, how we recycle the material into a usable product or upcycle it. At every stage, there will be, we will have to completely find new solutions. There is a huge area for innovation to get into this. And what I see very clearly emerging is there will be a broad range of recycled material, much broader than the original material, because of the variations which will come in a recycled material, which are not there in the virgin material. So that would be at this stage. Some more research has to go into simplifying the products. That would be another major step which will go into simplifying the materials and simplifying the product design, so that circularity can be scaled up in a big way. So there, in short, to answer you, I can say that this is going to be a big challenge to scale up to the level to which it is envisaged to be. Lot of innovation has to go into, new solutions has to be invented to recycle the material. But I see a major effort will be in simplifying the product. That is where that will bring better scalability.
I have one more follow-up question for you in that case. Mr. Mehta was mentioning standardization being a challenge. And you mentioned a lot of new products that you have launched as well. Would you comment on the standardization related challenges as well?
We also think so, but I feel it won't be it won't be easy to standardize, because the variety, as I said already, the recycled material will be broader range than the virgin. So that makes standardization much more difficult. So this will go application wise, and that's how the suitability into application will determine the standardization. A broad-based standardization which will determine standard for the whole industry would not cover the entire spectrum of recycled material, can cover only some major recycled material. This is what is my reading of this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Mr. Mehta, did I interpret your point correctly? Was it about standards or were you implying differently?
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right. It's just that when we talk of quality standards, what Mr. Verma has talked about is mechanical recycling products, whereas I was including mechanical recycling as well as advanced recycling products, where you need to have quality standards which take into consideration the mass balance principles into account, and then certify those products in alignment with the global standards.
But wouldn't you say that the regulations are evolving continuously?
Exactly.
Every
Of
few
course.
months something is coming
Of course,
up.
it is evolving, and I think we are in the forefront. As I said, we are taking some good steps through EPR, and of course, there are still some challenges, like the recycling targets have to be in line with the infrastructure that we are building, the waste management systems that we have. So we're still, I think, progressing well, but I think some of the targets need to be realistic, and the quality standards need to be developed.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. I want to reflect on the point of innovation that Mr. Verma mentioned, because in our country, there are a lot of startups who have come up with very innovative solutions, whether it's sustainability or circularity. Manish, can I request you to comment on that?
Sure. Before I comment on, I just wanted to add something more on the circularity, the 3 Rs we are talking about. So I generally talk about 5 Rs, which is more critical now. So we all know 3 Rs for reduce, reuse, and recycle. But I've added 2 more. Of course, while discussing, she was saying there are 9 Rs also. I said, wow. But my 2 Rs are a little different than what we all conventionally think. So one is replace. Okay, some of you might have thought about, or it's part of that 9 Rs. But reimagine. And I think a couple of times we talked about it. I think Avinash also mentioned re-innovate or reimagine. Or, so reimagine or re-innovate is going to be also very critical. We talk about replace carbon from hydrogen, so I'm quite actively involved in that space on green hydrogen element also. Now coming to the question in terms of startups, so I know why you asked, because I'm involved with a couple of startup ecosystems, including the one at IIT Kanpur, and believe me, we have some fantastic solutions available in terms of patent granted uh, and some patent applied for global in this whole ecosystem. I was recently there just 2 weeks back in Bangalore with one startup ecosystem, and they are capable of taking all MSW solid waste, anything, into developing a log, and that can be used uh, as any other log replacement or wood replacement material. And pilot is done, decent scale, proven product, IPs in place, not one but multiple IPs in place, and it exists. Similarly, on biofuels, I've seen so many very interesting startups working in that space, from waste to energy, where they are looking at all kind of waste. Not just, there are some who are with specific waste like pearly and few others, and solving that problem of the burning of pearly and then circularity around it. So a lot of startups have uh, evolved. I sincerely urge, like in previous session in investment part of it, I'd asked the same question to our friend Kostav and few others from the banking sector, that why don't we look at startups little more seriously, because currently most venture capitalists, barring few, are more focused on tech and deep tech solutions only, whereas pure play manufacturing or something linked to sustainability, circularity, ESG is still not got the traction, because many of them don't understand that, and many of them don't see that it is a viable, scalable model, primarily because it's capital intensive. And hence, I think there is a serious challenge where I would urge many of our large global players. I know BSF, we had a brief discussion, has a innovation team working around the world, scouting for such opportunities. And even with Reliance, I know that we have innovation, Gen Next, managed by Amay Mashirkar. And same, I guess, with Exxon. But I don't know how actively we are reaching out, because my first hand feeling from the startup ecosystem is that the companies behave so pricey that the respect which should be given to that young innovator is not given, and the kind of arm twisting negotiations happen who are not trained negotiators, they tend to lose their opportunity. It's like, to see the light of the day, there are genuine challenges on ground today for the startups, wherein I think we need to think about, and hence I think the SIIC, which is supported fully by Government of India, and I'm on the mentor board there, where they support with grants. So it's not something which takes away your equity and all, and give up to almost around 50, 60 lakh rupees to at least help the individual to come up with the pilot stage. So people should take advantage of these opportunities. And now it's no more just IITians. Anybody from here also want to apply for those opportunities, you can apply. It is not mandated that only IITians can do innovation. Any company also can apply. So its government is supporting positively, and good amount of money has been budgeted pan India across all the IITs, incubators, across through Atal Innovation Centers pan India, and government is funded, giving 3 months of seed fund for that innovate incubation center to run independently. And hence I would encourage, a lot of companies are positively coming forward, but come forward in big way. I think this can open up multiple avenues on circularity.
Thank you, Manish. I'm very keen to know what Mr. Goyal is thinking. So, can I ask one last parting thought from each of you before I hand it over to Mr. Goyal? Mr. Mehta, if you could go first and give your parting thought.
Okay, so I'll only make one comment here is I think circularity is important. Sustainability is part of our life nowadays. Uh, but we need to look at science-based, thoughtful solutions when we talk of circularity and sustainability. because plastics is not bad, plastic waste is bad. And plastic help us to reduce energy consumption, reduce emissions versus the alternative products, which is metal, glass, and some of the paper, for example. So we need to look at thoughtful, science-based solutions when we talk of alternatives, because plastics continue to be the most efficient in terms of energy.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Very, very pertinent. Mr. Verma, can I request you to go next with your parting thought?
My parting thought would be that it's a big opportunity for new entrepreneurs to enter the field and get into create new enterprise into an entire value chain of recycling, upcycling, reusing of the material. It's a big, big opportunity for India and for new entrepreneurs to get into this industry.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Very, very positive and very real thought. Thanks. Mr. Bansal, please.
Sure. Thanks, Sangeeta. So my parting thought here would be that while we talk about circularity, carbon capture, sustainability, one of the biggest challenges that we all see is on the commercial side. One experience I'd like to quote from BSF's armory here. We have tied up, or we rather worked with a company called Henkel on a solution which is shampoo, and we have converted a bottle which would typically have a 500 gram CO2 equivalent to a net zero carbon solution. A 5% increase in that cost of the shampoo goes towards roughly 35% compensation of the carbon capture solution. So not all the products would carry that commercial challenge. I would believe that we should make a start, and then I'm pretty sure the things will fall into place.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Manish, can I request you to go next? Your parting thought.
Okay, so it's all linked to consumption. So I would say, most of our Indian brothers and sisters are living in rural part of India or semi-urban, I would say 65% at least. And they are living more sustainable and happy and wonderful life with the nature. So I keep talking about farmers. I've got a separate love on that. And we talk about Annadata ko Urja Data banana. And looking at that, I would say just mimic our farmers, brothers and sisters, how they live. Of course, some of it is basically because of lack of infrastructure or availability of water and power, unlimited the way we have. So while you switch on the aircon in your rooms and sleep nicely with kambal over it, think about the farmer who's sleeping in open fields on that charpai, and just think about it. I would say if we just adopt even one day a week living like a farmer, I think huge implication would be there, because it's us who are doing 100 times more emissions and consumption as against poor farmer. So that's my only parting thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. You're leaving a thought for everyone, actually. Just to conclude, I would like to say that we are at a great inflection point where the government has taken initiatives, regulatory environment has improved significantly. There are circular economy action plans for different categories of waste, which the government is working on. The kind of clarity which has been provided from the regulatory side is helping the private sector also rise up to the occasion, innovate more, create new solutions, and really play a pertinent part in the entire ecosystem. With both sides playing their parts, I think we are going to see a lot of impact happen across sustainability and circularity. And this is just one of the examples of that, where we've all come together to discuss alliances and collaborations. I would like to conclude on that note and hand it over to Mr. Govind.
Thank you so much. And now we'd request our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Goel, Chief Scientist and Head NEERI, to kindly address the gathering.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Distinguished panelists, distinguished participants. First, I would like to thank DCPC for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share my views on this very important aspect of circularity for sustainability. I was just thinking about that sustainability, are we looking in terms of profitability, enhanced profitability, or something else? On one hand, it will help us in more profitability, better utilization of resources, more efficient utilization of resources. On the other, it will reduce the environmental impacts in terms of waste, in terms of solid waste, hazardous waste, water, air emissions, and a wider sense on the environment, surrounding environment. Now, two, three things come in my mind. We have been doing environmental impact assessment studies for many large companies, including Reliance, oil refineries, steel plants. We found a lot of waste is generated as a hazardous waste. And as far as the hazardous waste is concerned, we find that the hazardous waste is either incinerated or sold to authorized recyclers or sent to TSDF. Huge amount of waste. So can we think of some circularity from that point of view? Can we handhold with the collaborators, with the downstream industries where this can be utilized? The thousands of waste that goes to the TSDF or recyclers, and what happens to that? Is it converted to some useful products by them, or it is just ending like that? So this is one point I want to make it to the big industries, that they have to support the MSMEs particularly, who can be very fruitful, very useful in taking this challenge to convert them some value-added products. And for this, I think there is a need to collaborate with the research institutes also. So who can look into the different aspects of 360-degree evaluation of the entire process, looking from the environmental aspect, looking from the process aspect, and the economic viability of the downstream also. So ultimately, this sustainability has to be in terms of that what goes to the environment is minimized. So of course, this will enhance the profitability of the industry, individual industry, as well as create the business opportunities from the MSMEs. And now, can this model be replicated on district basis? In the region where the large industries are there, can it be done in the districts? What kind of industries, down industries can be developed in that region based on that? For example, I was doing the EIA study for the Dahej PCPIR. And when we were analyzing the data of different industries, we found that there is hardly any correlation among the industries. All are working in isolation. Industrial parks, they are working, the plots are available, being given to different industries, they are working in isolation. So there is no inherent integrity among the industries that the one industry's waste becomes the product for the another industry. The industrial ecology concept, can it be? So when we are planning to such kind of economic zones or the industrial parks, can that kind of concept be materialized? So that automatically helps in enhancing the circularity within the ecosystem, within the given area, and having the minimum impact on the environment. So this is very, how many of you are from the MSME side? So there has to be an interaction between the two groups. Research, wide gap is existing. So they have to come together. The industry, the responsibilities on the large industries, they have to invite the people. Yes, come to my industry, this is my waste, this is how we have to take it. Don't be afraid of the policies. Policies are there to be modified as you are the voice for the industry's change. The policies will modify, but we have to come out with the solutions. Does the solution exist? And the policy should be like this now. And we have the proof of that. So that should emerge. Irrespective of the position, the simple thought is what I can do. As an individual, whatever my position, my domain is there, what I can do. If I am at a senior position, I have a number of people with me whom I can discuss, consolidate the idea, and take it further. And if I am at a junior level, I can see that this is the new idea, how it can be built up. I can discuss with my seniors and see that how it converts into some technology, some process for the betterment of the organization. So what can I do for the sustainability, for the environmental sustainability, for the circularity, how this circularity can be done in the professional life as well as in personal life. So the thought process has to be aligned. Professional or personal, the things are not much different. Nowadays, we see that a lot of waste is generated in the present lifestyle patterns. When we buy anything, particularly online things, lot of packing material comes. And what happens to that? Most of it goes to the municipal solid waste sites. What can be done? The message has come from the Prime Minister life. We never thought of life will be used for lifestyle for environment. And lifestyle for environment means sustainability for ourselves. Sustainability of the mankind. And that has to come at every stage of life, right from the childhood till the end. So in fact, I had opportunity even to interact and see that how can this concept be taken up even to the school level. If we look at our own house, you will find that a lot of things are lying in our house which are not used for a long time. Can it again be brought back into the system? We probably not use it. Very simple example, I would say, apart from the clothes, is the books. Most of us might be having our old books, 10th standard, 12th standard, or maybe graduation, engineering books or science books, which are never used in life again. But still we possess it. Many items. Can it be brought in a social life, brought to the back to the system? And this concept, I think, how far it can go with the schools, I think that we have to see. So the point is that what I can do in my personal life, in my professional life, as I am. And one more next step is required in the thinking, as I need to take it further one more step at least, so that how it correlates to the next. Then only this integration will come. If I'm restricting to myself, then I'm confined only to that area. But one more step has to come. So I'm sure this is the future of the humanity in totality, I would say, not only for the country, but for the world, that we have to see that how best we can ensure the environmental sustainability by making the use of our resources, limited resources, for the population, not only the human population, but also all the creatures who need the resources to live on. So with this, I thank you once again to the organizers and the distinguished participants for this very wonderful, thought-provoking, I would say, that now you will start thinking of your industry, your own perspective, and how we can collaborate further. I expect that the large industries will take initiative to handhold with some of the MSMEs, and also some research collaboration will take place so that we can convert this waste into useful products. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we conclude our session number 7. Thank you so much. Let's have a group photograph. Thank you so much for this impactful session. In case we have any questions from the dignitaries for session number 7, we are open to asking 1 or 2 questions we can take.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. So, sir, how the specific innovation practices and smart decision technologies will be helpful to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of human, physical, and digital world?
Do you have anyone in mind? Wait, you said sir, so did you mean Mr. Goel?
Innovation practices and smart decision technologies will be helpful.
So, anybody or? So I'll share part of my past experience and work with DuPont Sustainable Solutions, where we had a full-fledged digital practice, and there, so let's say primarily on all the human behavior also, they've developed. There's actually very few people would know here that there's an tech site called Safety Tech AI. If you Google, you'll get that. It's owned by, the platform is owned by DuPont. And there they have all kind of sustainability and safety related tech solutions across the world. So even there are several Indian tech solutions listed there, and it's a platform like you can reach out and directly talk. Now, some of the solutions which were used in these EHS part of it or ESG part of it, I would say were revolving around, say, social and governance elements. So how do you track and monitor safety on usage of certain products, platforms, or in the manufacturing environment to keep certain people away from certain sections of the manufacturing area. So there were cameras that gets integrated to your system within the ecosystem, to your SCADA system, and to your central monitoring system in the manufacturing units. So very interesting solutions do exist. Of course, it's expensive. Earlier, yesterday, we had team from Honeywell. They are also having a lot of very interesting and innovative solutions, which helps in some of these elements where we can track and monitor the some of the subset of circularity.
Thank you, Manish. Mr. Goyal, did you want to? I would just like to add one more point to that. While there are multiple solutions from various companies, the key part, I think, would be the collaborations between businesses. So it could be a collaboration between a tech company with a funding agency, with an implementing NGO partner, everybody working together, and only then you will start seeing achievement to whatever limited extent on each of the SDGs. So that collaboration is going to be important. And the good news is we are seeing a lot of such collaborations achieving results on the ground. Whether it's a tech company or a startup, they are using innovation, digitization, AI in these sectors to show results. So that is something that we should be happy about. Did anyone else want to add?
I was wanting to say, which partly you said, the innovation has to be supported. There has to be a complete model, then only innovation would really result into material benefit. That is what partly you also said the same thing.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Joy Shah. My question is to Mr. Rakesh Mehta. We have talked about the sustainability through circularity. So everyone have talked about how they have recycled their material. My question to Mr. Rakesh Mehta, what ExxonMobil have taken the action so that their feedstock itself becomes sustainable? Because I know your 99% of the feedstock is a fossil feedstock. So what action you have taken? Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So I think we have to accept that we are as petrochemical producers, some of them sitting here, we are into carbon intensive industry, right? So we can't run away from that. We have to first accept that. And then we have to take steps on how we can go out and reduce those emissions, right? To me, that's the area I think ExxonMobil has been leading globally. And I can give you some more examples apart from circularity. It's a bit away from today's session, but to give you an example on carbon capture and storage, we are the pioneers and we have the largest capacity today, and we continue to invest more and more. And just briefly for the audience, carbon capture is in a industrial area where you have a lot of emissions, you capture the carbon from the air and store it into geological locations whereby it doesn't come out, which are down below the earth. And it's not a new technology, it's a well-known technology. We have been doing it for many, many years. And now we are kind of investing heavily into this and going to, grow and expand beyond America and looking at other opportunities where we can use this. We also have, defined targets by 2030, how much we're going to reduce. So all that is a part of, you can see it on our websites, and every year we set our own targets and continue to increase those targets. So I think, as Sangeeta also mentioned, we are looking at further collaboration with the different partners across the value chain, not only just petrochemical producers, but other collaborators, other partners, researchers, governments. We have kind of made up recent partnership with Cyclex in Europe, plastic energy as well. We're looking at partnerships in Asia. We're looking at partnerships in India as well, whereby, we can continue to find opportunities to reduce plastic waste, and of course find solutions for a clean environment. And we can't say we stopped using carbon because plastics is our world, and we believe it's a, most efficient way, um, to improve the lifestyle of the majority of the population, and that's where, we continue to work.
What I'm interested to know, because I know I have read in few papers also that ExxonMobil is trying to develop the alternate feedstock like algae and other such type of thing, maybe green hydrogen or whatever it is. So in that process, how, as far as your feedstock is fossil fuel, you cannot achieve carbon zero. So my suggestion or my question is, what are the various feedstock you evaluated so that the feedstock itself becomes sustainable? Like ethanol, that large way we are going ahead with the ethanol as a fuel. So there are many chemicals also can be produced from ethanol, isn't it? So are we going in that direction, or still we will rely on the fossil fuel?
Again, a good question. So there is, we have still not reached a stage whereby we can say this is the feedstock we are going to use. I think for a cleaner environment, we have to use variety of things, right? We have to use biofuels, we have to use advanced recycling, we have to use mechanical recycling, we have to use other options. You talked about green hydrogen, we have blue hydrogen as well, we are looking at gray hydrogen as well. So all those options are being worked. I don't think one solution will give you that answer. We will need multiple solutions to, reach our sustainability goal. And again, there's still a lot of research going on, uh, and I don't think we will have all the solutions over the next 6 months. We'll continue to invest more and more in getting more sustainable solutions, and I'm sure we will see more of it. But as an ExxonMobil, I can say we have committed ourselves to reduce the emissions. We are in the forefront in carbon capture and storage. We are in the forefront in producing, liquid hydrogen, blue hydrogen, which is primarily from the natural gas, and including green hydrogen. We are also working on the biofuels, but again, we believe that the biofuels have some limitations in terms of availability, and it also, impacts the food chain uh, for the humanity and for all the living beings, and that's where it can't be the only solution for the energy, right? So that's where we are looking at all the solutions and continue to invest in some of the new solutions as well.
Thank you so much for this wonderful and impactful session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before we begin the last session, that is the valedictory session, which is the most important session for today, just a few pointers to keep in mind. Kindly keep your mobile phones on silent or airplane mode throughout the program. Please refrain from making any kind of movement once our ministers are here. Secondly, guests can exit only after the minister has left the venue. Please do not enter or exit during the program. So we will just begin in a short while. In the meantime, kindly stay back with us and be seated. We request you all to kindly be seated as we are just about to begin very, very shortly. And also keep in mind to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Let's avoid making any kind of movements, entry or exits during the session once the minister is here. Also, guests can exit only after the minister has left the venue. Let's try to adhere to the basic rules here. Our Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, will be here joining us very, very shortly. Kindly be seated as we're about to begin very shortly. Thank you. Our minister will be here within no time. I request you all to kindly be seated. As we are almost ready to begin, kindly be seated, kindly take your seats. Let's try to avoid any movement during the course of the program. This is going to be the valedictory session, that is the last session. So I request you all to kindly be seated, kindly bear with us. Please take your seats as we're about to begin very shortly. We are all about to begin the last session within no time. Once again, I request you all to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent or airplane mode. I humbly request you all, let's avoid making any kind of movements, entry or exit during the minister's presence, and also you can exit once our minister leaves this venue. Let's adhere to these rules. And we're just about to begin very shortly, and we're expecting the minister within no time. Please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Arun Baroka ji, Secretary Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman, FICCI, National Chemicals Committee and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitrite Limited. And Mr. Prab Das, Chairman, FICCI, Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome our dignitaries on stage. Can I now please request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta to present a green certificate to Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji. For a thicket of 10 trees. Can I now please request Mr. Prab Das, Chairman, FICCI Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, to kindly welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Arun Baroka ji, and my dear friend Deepak Mehta ji. Sir, we in the chemical and petrochemical sector are grateful to Ji. Under his dynamic leadership, this summit on global chemical and petrochemical manufacturing hub in India has already made a very positive impact. The presence of Honorable Finance Minister and Honorable Commerce Minister has really given a boost to this chemical and petrochemical sector. We had a major announcement, sir, of PLI scheme, which will go a long way in boosting this sector. Sir, your presence of Honorable Finance Minister, presence of Honorable Commerce Minister, our MOS, in this conference has really given us a big boost. I have never seen in last so many years such a wonderful conference where the government of India is come a full way to support chemical and petrochemical industry. We had a very positive approach by government, and we heard our Commerce Minister on various aspects of FTA yesterday, and he was very positive. This has been a long pending demand, and he was very positive on that. We heard our Finance Minister, and he was very positive on the suggestions of duty protection. We are getting a good support on standards. Government of India has already notified various products as quality, BIS quality compliance product. I'm sure that in coming days, rest of the products will also be coming in this category. So one of the major highlights of this was the enthusiasm which the state governments have shown. We had a presence from Rajasthan, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, and many other states. They really showcased. They really wanted that chemical and petrochemical sector to come in their state. Sir, we are very thankful to you and the ministry for this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Das. And now, debriefing by Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman, FICCI National Chemical Committee and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitrite Limited.
माननीय डॉक्टर मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी, Arun Baroka ji, Prabdas ji, and friends. While certainly we missed our captain, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia yesterday, but I'm sure all of you would join me in sharing with him that these 2 days session that we have had, we have never had such good interaction with the other ministries as good as what we had today, today and yesterday. Sir, early in the morning, Nirmala ji came and shared a good hour and a half with all of us. And we were very happy because for the first time, she was looking at understanding what the petrochemical business is. She herself shared that this business is very, very important to the economy. And we therefore felt that a lot of our challenges that when we take up with the finance ministry, if she is able to appreciate and understand our challenges and our opportunities, she will certainly give a very good support. And I think that is what we certainly achieved. She did suggest a few things. She talked about the 4 pillars of success and 4 issues that we need to take care, particularly in areas of sustainability and circularity, which we did share that our Honorable Minister has made this as the theme of our 2-day function. This is very close to the chemical industry. In fact, sir, we have been also looking at options where when we talk about the petrochemical business, which is pipeline connected, it contributes to ensuring least amount of carbon footprints because products are transported by pipelines. And that's how the new chemical cluster is being conceived by your good self, sir. Some points that we shared about how the finance ministry needs to help us in viability gap funding. She was also very positive and she said, you do send us a note and we will do something about it. We will certainly review it. So we had some very good sessions with a few Indian and multinational companies, each one discussing about what new technologies, what new disruptive solutions people are working to see that in the future, India can embrace even better technologies, which will be even more sustainable. And both the speakers and the audience very actively participated in this idea generation. In the evening, sir, we had a wonderful session with our Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce, and he very, very strongly emphasized that whether it is FTA or any issues, first of all, we are very, very committed to see that the chemical industry grows. And as long as we are all working in the interest of the country, I am willing to put all that it takes to support the chemical industry. Sir, all these, I'm sure behind the scene has been a lot of good dialogues that you have been having with both these ministries, where they have started looking at the chemical industry in its real perspective. So again, thank you so much for these efforts. Today, sir, we had the banking sector, and this is again for the first time we are bringing in people from the banking to understand what the chemical industry is and what could be its challenges going forward. Some of the areas that we have been pushing hard is that how could banking support infrastructure investments so that industry can really have a plug-in, plug-out type of an option where most of the infrastructure is funded and we are able to bring in shared infrastructure as an option. For infrastructure, of course, funds requirements will be at much lower rates and much longer period, but they are much more secured in terms of profitability because they are going to be giving consistent returns. At the end of the day, sir, today we have been very useful in changing, not only discussing amongst ourselves what are the right things and the right priorities, but working to change, if at all, the mindset of these other ministries, or let me put it this way, to bring all of us on the same platform. This has been a wonderful session and I really would like to thank you, sir, because until now, we never thought that this could be an opportunity. We never believed that Sitaram ji and Piyush Goyal ji will be coming to attend just the petrochemical sector. And it goes to show that we have come a long way. We did confess to Piyush Goyal ji that 10 years ago, 12 years ago, before this current government was there, we were really not so bold enough when we had to talk to countries, particularly when it was negotiating with FTA. Now, sir, thanks to the efforts of the government, we can talk eye to eye with our foreign players and look at an option which is a win-win for both the countries. And for that, I strongly believe that it is the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister who has made it possible for all Indians, wherever we are, to be very, very much more prouder of our country. We have taken quite a few notes about what specific things we should be doing, and I'm sure we will be working in that. Arun Baroka ji in the beginning shared that we all have to work for the 1 trillion chemical business by 2040. And Piyush Goyal ji also was sharing that you must grow with lot of confidence and lot of trust that the government will always back you. And we should not be talking or thinking mediocre. We should be thinking big, and we should be looking at India coming to number 3 in the next 10 years or so. So I would just like to conclude by saying that this conference, two-day conference, has much more than paid its dividend by having all of the people here together discussing various ideas, various options. We were feeling that thanks to your leadership, we are getting to see that we are a part of the whole India. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta. And now, can we please request Shri Arun Baroka ji, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, to kindly address our guests.
माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, स्टेज पे मौजूद दीपक मेहता जी, प्रभदास जी, और इस हॉल में उपस्थित कैप्टन्स ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री and officers from different departments. सबसे पहले हम माननीय मंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने इस 2 दिन की समिट ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए पहले तो मार्गदर्शन दिया और उसके बाद में एक जो थीम रखी थी, उस थीम में क्या क्या सेशंस हों उसके बारे में हमें गाइड किया। और जाते वक्त चूँकि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यक्रम था कल के दिन में सीकर में, तो हमें पूरा गाइडेंस दिया और माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्रियों को भी हम लोगों की तरफ से, आपकी तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट किया। और इसी कारण सर, आपकी जानकारी के लिए, जैसे अभी बताया गया मेहता जी द्वारा, माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर और आज के दिन में हमारे बीच में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आए थे और हमारे एमओएस साहब कल पूरा दिन मौजूद थे। राज्य सरकारों में से उड़ीसा के इंडस्ट्री के मिनिस्टर भी यहाँ मौजूद थे, कल पूरा दिन रहे, वो 2-3 सेशंस में उन्होंने हिस्सेदारी रखी। इसके साथ साथ चूँकि ये मिला जुला कार्यक्रम है, राज्य इसके बहुत बड़े हिस्सेदार हैं, इंडस्ट्री राज्य में ही होती है, तो कई राज्यों ने अपने अलग से पवेलियन भी रखे। उन्होंने इस मौके का पूरा अपनी बात भी रखी कि किस प्रकार से वो इंसेंटिव्स दे रहे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। तो उड़ीसा का अलग से पवेलियन है बैक साइड में, राजस्थान का और आंध्र प्रदेश का, और काफ़ी मीटिंग्स उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री के साथ भी की। ये एक अगर देखें तो हमारा बहुत बड़ा, मैं समझता हूँ, हमारा अचीवमेंट है, और ये आपके सपोर्ट के बिना ये पॉसिबल नहीं हो सकता था सर। में हमने कुछ नई चीज़ें रखी, और एक नई चीज़ जो रखी थी वो फाइनेंसिंग सेक्टर को लेकर रखी थी, क्योंकि पहले हमने बैंकर्स वगैरह को इतना ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व नहीं किया था। इस बार आज सवेरे हमने बैंकर्स को बुलवाया था, एसबीआई के डिप्टी एमडी और कैनरा बैंक के एमडी और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के फाइनेंस के लोग भी आए थे। तो अगर हम इसको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना चाहते हैं तो सिर्फ सरकारी पैसा तो खैर, अब क्योंकि ये डीरेगुलेटेड डीलाइसेंस्ड है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को पूरी अनुमति है जाने की कहीं भी लगाएं, परंतु फंडिंग की आवश्यकता तो है ही है, चाहे लोन के रूप में हो, इक्विटी के रूप में हो, एंजल फंड्स हो, किसी भी रूप में हो। तो इस सब के ऊपर में एक अच्छी मॉर्निंग में चर्चा रही। तो मैं सब समझता हूँ वो एक अलग से यूनिक चीज़ है, इससे कई राज्यों को भी गाइडेंस मिलेगी। कुछ राज्य ऐसे भी हैं जिनके पास पैसों की कमी नहीं है, ये उभर के आया, जैसे उड़ीसा के पास में पैसे की कमी नहीं है, वो इंसेंटिव भी दे सकते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म में भी दे सकते हैं। दूसरी तरफ उड़ीसा में पैसों की थोड़ी कमी है, तो इसलिए वो किस प्रकार से प्राइवेट सेक्टर से या इक्विटी या लोन से किस प्रकार से पैसा ले सकते हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा हुई। सभी ने अपने अपने प्लान्स बना रखे हैं, खास करके कोस्टल रीजन्स के लिए जो प्लान बने हुए हैं, उड़ीसा का और आंध्र प्रदेश का, स्प्रेडिंग अप टू चेन्नई तक की जो बेल्ट है, वहाँ पर पीसीपीआई और रीजन्स तो हैं ही हैं, परंतु उसमें थोड़ी स्लो डेवलपमेंट हुई है कंपेयर टू दहेज में, तो अब ये इसमें फोकस किया जा रहा है। सर, आपकी जानकारी के लिए जो कुछ सेशन कल मॉर्निंग में हुए थे, जिसके बारे में मेहता साहब ने काफ़ी डिटेल में बताया, और माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने काफ़ी डिटेल में इस सेक्टर के बारे में हम लोगों से जानकारी ली, और फिर उसके बारे में अपनी कुछ अनाउंसमेंट्स भी की, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि इसको पीएलआई को फेवरेबली देखा जाएगा, और इसके साथ साथ जो वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग के बारे में भी उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया। सबसे बड़ी बात जो उभर के आती है कि इस सेक्टर को सपोर्ट देने की जो उन्होंने बात कही, वो सबके लिए बड़ा हर्ष का विषय होता है। केमिकल और पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर किसी के दिमाग से, नज़रों से दूर नहीं है, ये सब अब महसूस कर रहे हैं। खास करके जब उनको बताया गया कि इन्वर्टेड ड्यूटी स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में इंडस्ट्री के सामने समस्या है, तो उन्होंने इस बात को भी कहा कि इसमें हम पूरा अच्छे से देख लें, और इसके बारे में सब डिटेल में चर्चा की जाएगी कि अगर किसी दूसरे को इससे कोई नुकसान नहीं हो रहा तो इसके बारे में पूरी चर्चा की जाएगी। तो ये एक बड़ा विश्वास दिलाने वाली बात थी। इसके बाद में हमारे नेट कार्बन ज़ीरो के बारे में भी चर्चा हुई, और सेल्फ सफिशिएंट एनर्जी के लिए 2047 तक कैसे रहेगा, और एफटीएस के बारे में डिटेल में अभी बताया माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी ने डिटेल में इसके बारे में, जेनेसिस कैसे हुआ था, किस प्रकार से 2014 में हमारे पास में एक बैगेज था, उस बैगेज को लेके हम आगे बढ़े, परंतु जहाँ भी इंडस्ट्री का कहीं भी नुकसान हो रहा था, इंडस्ट्री ने उसको रेस किया, तो उसको इमीडिएटली टेकअप भी किया गया। तो ये एक अच्छी बात बताई गई, और आने वाले समय में जो भी एफटीओज होंगे, और सभी स्टेक होल्डर से बात करके ही उनकी समस्याओं को समझ के, सभी पहलुओं को समझ के, परंतु राष्ट्र हित के सभी से, सिर्फ केमिकल सेक्टर के नहीं, सभी सेक्टर्स के बारे में देखा जाएगा, और उसके बाद में उसमें कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अंत में सर, रात के समय पेट्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री के अवार्ड दिए गए थे, और इंडस्ट्री ने उसमें बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा लिया। ये देखकर बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि इंडिविजुअली भी लोगों ने बड़ा अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, और कंपनीज वाइज भी काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस रहा है सर। इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का थीम सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सर्कुलैरिटी के ऊपर है। सर, जैसा आपको विदित है कि केमिकल सेक्टर, हालांकि इसको रेड कैटेगरी में कैटेगराइज किया जाता है एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस के हिसाब से, तो ये रेड कैटेगरी होने में ऑटोमेटिकली ही इसके बारे में जो भी कार्य होते हैं वो पूरा ध्यान रख के ही मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस की जाती है। इसमें पॉल्यूशन से संबंधित बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रखा जाता है, तो और वो पॉल्यूशन को अगर हम ध्यान रखेंगे और सर्कुलैरिटी के ऊपर में हमने ध्यान दिया, तो उससे हमारा जो ये कार्यक्रम है, जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री का जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, लॉन्ग टर्म में सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। आज स्किलिंग के बारे में बड़ी डिटेल में चर्चा हुई, और माननीय साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी अपने क्षेत्र से एग्जाम्पल लेते हुए बताया कि किस प्रकार से हम इस कार्य में और ज़्यादा बल दे के कार्य कर सकते हैं, ताकि जो यहाँ पर एक गैप है सर, चूँकि सर आप तो जानते ही हैं कि नॉलेज इंडस्ट्री है, यहाँ पर ना सिर्फ लोअर लेवल पे स्किलिंग की आवश्यकता है, परंतु ऊपर के लेवल में भी जहाँ पर केमिस्ट्री की बात आती है, केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी की बात आती है, वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा ऐसे स्किल्ड वर्कर्स की आवश्यकता है। तो इसमें भी हमें उनकी तरफ से भी मार्गदर्शन मिला, और स्किलिंग डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के, उनकी तरफ से भी उन्होंने हमें पूरा सहयोग देने का आश्वासन दिया। सर मेरी असेसमेंट में ये 2 दिन का समिट बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहा, और इससे ये हमें जानकारी मिलती है कि लोगों में जो एक शायद एक गलत धारणा सी बन गई थी कि ये केमिकल सेक्टर जो है सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सर्कुलैरिटी पे कार्य नहीं कर रहा, परंतु इन 2 दिन की चर्चाओं से ये उभर के आता है कि इसके ऊपर में बल दिया जा रहा है। इसका क्लासिक एग्जांपल सर सर्कुलैरिटी का आपको मैं देना चाहूँगा। हम लोगों ने भी नीति आयोग के अध्यक्षता में इसके ऊपर में कार्य किया, तो हमने पाया कि सर कई चीज़ें ऐसी लगती हैं कि वेस्ट है, वेस्ट नहीं है, वो उसको कहीं और यूज़ किया जा सकता है। सिंपल एग्जांपल सर, एक बहुत बड़ी पहाड़ी बनी हुई है इफ्को की पारादीप की फैक्ट्री में। वो पहाड़ी काहे की बनी हुई है? जिप्सम की बनी हुई है। उसको लीचिंग होने से वैसे वो एसिडिक इन नेचर होता है, वो नीचे जा सकता है, उसको बचाया गया है, पर उसका ट्रीटमेंट करके उस मटेरियल को लैंड फिलिंग में भी इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है और सीमेंट फैक्ट्रियों में भी इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। वो प्रॉपर उसकी सर्कुलर लिंकेजेस करने पड़ेंगे, तो वो पूरा का पूरा जमीन भी रिक्लेम हो जाएगा, और उसके साथ साथ हम उसको यूजफुल तरीके से हम कहीं ना कहीं उसको ले जा सकते हैं। तो ये तो एक बहुत बड़ा पहाड़ सा दिखता है, वो इमीडिएटली हमें दिखता है कि हम इसको कर सकते हैं। ये हमारे क्षेत्र का एग्जाम्पल है। दिल्ली में सर जैसे म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का वेस्ट की पहाड़ियाँ दिखती हैं, इसके ऊपर में भी अलग से कार्य चल रहा है कि किस प्रकार से इससे एनर्जी बनाई जा सके। तो ये हमारे क्षेत्र से थोड़ा बहुत मिलता जुलता है, परंतु एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन वहाँ से पॉसिबल है। एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन ही पॉसिबल नहीं है, मीथेन एक्सट्रैक्शन भी वहाँ से पॉसिबल है। तो सर इसके ऊपर में मैं आपको तो मालूम ही है, इसके ऊपर में ये जो केमिकल और पेट्रोकेमिकल है पूरी तरह से कार्य करता है। पेट्रोकेमिकल बाय नेचर इस प्रकार से है कि अगर क्रूड उसको जब प्रोसेसिंग की जाती है उसमें से कुछ छूटता नहीं है सर। आज की डेट में अगर वो टार भी बचता है, उसको भी किसी न किसी रूप में कन्वर्ट करके कोयले के रूप में इसको इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्ट की जा सकती है। तो ऐसी परिस्थितियों में को जो एक धारणा सी बन गई है कुछ लोगों में कि शायद केमिकल अब परंतु कुछ और राज्यों ने ये भी एक्सप्रेस किया कि आओ हम तो आपको केमिकल की थीम लगाना चाहते हैं। उड़ीसा ने तो यही कहा कि हम तो केमिकल के ऊपर ही फोकस करना चाहते हैं, किसी और चीज़ के ऊपर फोकस ही नहीं करना चाहते। तो ये सुन के बड़ा हर्ष हुआ कि कोई एक राज्य है जिसने ये कहा कि हम पूरे केमिकल के ऊपर में फोकस करेंगे और पूरी सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करेंगे। सर अंत में मैं एक बार फिर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आपने समय निकाला, अपने बिजी शेड्यूल के बाद भी यहाँ पर हमारे बीच में आए। पर सबसे बड़ी बात, आपने जो ना रहते हुए भी कल जो गाइडेंस प्रोवाइड की और जिस प्रकार से केंद्रीय मंत्री आए, तो उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से भी और डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से भी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Baruka ji. And now can we please request Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to kindly share a few words with us. And can we have a huge round of applause for sir, please?
ग्लोबल केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब समिट में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हमारे मित्र आदरणीय दीपक भाई, बरुका जी, सभी उपस्थित इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि प्रभदास, भाइयों बहनों, 2 दिन तक आप लोग केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स सेक्टर में इंडिया हब कैसे बने, उसके पर 5-6 सेशन में डिटेल डिस्कशन किया। जब ये समिट ऑर्गेनाइज हो रही थी उसके पहले मेरे सामने प्रेजेंटेशन आया, तो मैंने पहले यही बात कही थी कि उसका आउटपुट के बारे में मत सोचो, समिट करो। जब आप मिलते हैं, जैसे लोग मिलते हैं वैसी बात होती है। हम 2 पॉलिटिशियन लोग मिल जाएंगे तो क्या बात करेंगे? हम हमारी बात करेंगे, कैसे चुनाव जीतना है, इलेक्शन आ रहा है, कैसे लड़ना है, कैसे सरकार चलाना है, सरकार की क्या स्थिति है, क्या एजेंडा चलता है, उस पर बात करें। 2 इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट मिले तो आप क्या बात करेंगे? क्या है वह इंटरनेशनल मार्केट, क्या है इंडिया की मार्केट, क्या है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की स्थिति, क्या है रॉ मटेरियल की स्थिति, क्या है हमारा लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए, सर्वाइवल के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, इस पर आप चर्चा करेंगे स्वाभाविक तौर पर। तो 2 दिन आप लोगों ने केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में इंडिया को हब बनाने के लिए जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग किया है, मैं मानता हूं कि उसका सकारात्मक आउटपुट मिलेगा। दोस्तों, इंडस्ट्रीज कोई भी देश की इकोनॉमी के लिए, इकोनॉमी जनरेशन के लिए महत्वपूर्ण होती है, इतना ही देश की आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण होती है। आपकी देश की रिक्वायरमेंट इंडस्ट्रीज पूरी करती है, इसलिए इंडस्ट्रीज को सहयोग करना, इंडस्ट्रीज चलाना, इंडस्ट्रीज को स्टार्टअप के लिए मदद करना, ये सरकार की जिम्मेवारी होती है। और इसलिए मोदी गवर्नमेंट की विशेषता रही है, हम कभी टोकन में नहीं सोचते, हम हमेशा टोटल में सोचते हैं। हमें इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाना है तो क्या हम कोई इंसेंटिव दे देंगे, कोई सब्सिडी दे देंगे, केवल इतना करने से इंडस्ट्रीज आगे बढ़ जाती क्या? मैं देख रहा था यहां आए उसके पहले 2021, 22, 23 का एफडीआई देश में कितना आया, तो शायद 1 साल में 2 साल में डबल हो गया। क्यों ऐसा हुआ? दोस्तों, उसके लिए एक इकोसिस्टम बनानी होती है, होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ देखना होता है। पूर्व सरकारों ने भी सब्सिडी दी होगी, इंसेंटिव दिया होगा, सब किया होगा, लेकिन 2014 के बाद देश में इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन बढ़ने लगा, इंडस्ट्रीज और इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ने लगा, एफडीआई बढ़ने लगा। रीजन ये है कि हमने इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ काम किया। कैसे होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होता है? हमें इंडस्ट्रीज लगानी है तो मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस होना चाहिए, मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट होनी चाहिए। हम चाहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट की दखलगिरी कम से कम हो, कंप्लायंस बर्डन कैसे कम किया जाए, क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस से कैसे बाहर निकले। जन विश्वास बिल अभी पार्लियामेंट में एक सदन में पास हुआ। ये हम क्यों कर रहे हैं? इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली एटमॉस्फेयर बनाने के लिए। एक बार इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली एटमॉस्फेयर बने, उसके लिए ब्यूरोक्रेटिक सिस्टम, पॉलिटिकल विल दोनों आवश्यक होता है। केवल आप सोचेंगे नहीं आगे बढ़ पाएंगे, केवल गवर्नमेंट सोचेगी आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। हम ऑफिस में बैठ के पॉलिसी बनाने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। हमारी ऑफिस और हमारे 5 ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के ब्रीफिंग के आधार पर हमारी कोई पॉलिसी, कोई बिल पास नहीं होता है, नहीं कोई पॉलिसी बनती। दोस्तों, स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन, हमारी हर कोई पॉलिसी, हर कोई डिसीजन के पीछे स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन को हम प्राथमिकता देते हैं। इंडस्ट्रीज की क्या डिमांड है, इंडस्ट्रीज क्या चाहती है, हम कैसे सपोर्ट करें, तो हम उसको आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। ये अप्रोच के साथ जब हम सोचते हैं तो आपकी बात को कंसीडर करने के लिए हमें सुविधा हो जाती है, हमारा अप्रोच बन जाता है। मैं कई बार कोई डिसीजन लेता हूं तो बरोका जी को कहता हूं कि मेरा सभी ऑफिसर जाए एक बार इंडस्ट्रीज में चक्कर लगा के आए। कई बार होता ऐसा है कि डिसीजन लेने वाले व्यक्ति ने इंडस्ट्रीज देखी ही नहीं होती। दोस्तों, कागज पे कोई सोल्यूशन और समाधान नहीं होता है। कागज पे देश नहीं चल सकता है। ये देश 6.5 लाख गांव से बना हुआ है। ये देश हजारों इंडस्ट्रीज से बना हुआ है। ये देश में काम करने के लिए देश के संचालक बल के रूप में 1 से 1.5% हमारे कर्मचारी ऑफिसर लगे हुए होते हैं। गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम होती है, सब लोग एक साथ में गियर अप हो तब जाके हमें सही आउटपुट मिलता है। हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बने, लेकिन उसके साथ हमें फैक्ट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बनना है। फैक्ट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बनने के लिए not only for chemicals industries, petrochemicals industries, but all type of industries, friendly atmosphere के आधार पर हमें देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ाना है। उसके लिए इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करने के लिए जो मैंने आपको बताया, उसके साथ आपका देश की छवि दुनिया में कैसी है, इन्वेस्टमेंट कब होगा। हम यहां से निकल जाए और कोई दुनिया में कोई कंट्री में जाके रोड शो करके आए और कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट कर देंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जब इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट इन्वेस्ट करता है तो उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट सेफ है कि नहीं, वो सबसे पहले सोचेगा। मैं कहूं और वो इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं कर देगा। वो यहां की स्थिति देखेंगे, यहां की पॉलिटिकल विल को देखेंगे, यहां का गवर्नेंस को देखेंगे, यहां का ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को देखेंगे। दोस्तों, आपके लिए दुनिया के साथ साझेदारी करने के लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी इंडिया में है, क्योंकि दुनिया में बहुत कुछ नहीं है जो इंडिया में है। इंडिया इज ए बिग कंट्री, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी। इंडिया इज ए ओल्डेस्ट एंड बिगेस्ट डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री। दोस्तों, ये छोटी बात नहीं है। वर्तमान समय में दुनिया जिस परिस्थिति में गुजर रही है, उसमें दुनिया को इन्वेस्टमेंट कहाँ करना, दुनिया सोचती है कि मैं कौन सी कंट्री में इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, जो कंट्री में लॉन्ग टाइम के लिए पॉलिसी हो, डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम से बिहेवियर किया जाता हो। दोस्तों, उसका बहुत बड़ा मायना होता है। दोस्तों, हम बिगेस्ट केवल डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है, बट अवर जुडिशरी इज गिविंग जस्टिस ऑन बेस ऑफ मेरिट। उसके लिए भी इंडिया की दुनिया में शाख है। हमारी जुडिशरी, आप फॉरेन कंट्री है, आपके खिलाफ जजमेंट देना जी नहीं, मेरिट पर जस्टिस होता है। तीसरा दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान एक ऐसी कंट्री है जो आपकी आज 2 दिन की इस सेमिनार का भी एक पार्ट रहा, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। हमारे यहां कोई इन्वेस्ट करे या तो हम जिसके साथ बिजनेस करें, ट्रेड करें, उसके साथ हमारा व्यवहार दोस्तों फ्रेंडली होता है। हम केवल कॉमर्स के बारे में नहीं सोचते। जो केवल कॉमर्स के बारे में सोचते ना, केवल बिजनेस ही सोचते, केवल प्रॉफिट ही सोचते, तो जो कोविड के दरमियान हिंदुस्तान ने दुनिया के साथ व्यवहार किया, वो नहीं करते। जब दुनिया के चुनिंदे कंट्रीज, सिलेक्टेड कंट्रीज, क्योंकि 2-3 कंट्रीज ही वैक्सीन बना पाया था और स्टॉक पाइलिंग कर रहे थे, और इंडिया दुनिया के छोटे देशों को, नेबर देशों को वैक्सीन मैत्री के तहत मदद कर रहा था। दोस्तों, दुनिया के पास मेडिसिन नहीं थी उस वक्त, हिंदुस्तान ने ना प्राइस बढ़ाई, ना क्वालिटी के साथ बार्गेनिंग किया और दुनिया को मेडिसिन पहुंचाई। जब मैं इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर जाता हूं और वहां के लोगों से बात करता हूं, दोस्तों सेटिस्फेक्शन होता है। आज दुनिया के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए बेस्ट कोई डेस्टिनेशन हो, उसका नाम हिंदुस्तान है, आप और मेरी कंट्री। क्योंकि ये लोग सोचते हैं कि इंडिया के साथ बिजनेस करने से, इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करने से हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का फ्यूचर बेस्ट है। इंडिया स्वयं ही एक विश्व का बड़ा कंज्यूमर है। हम ही दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ग्राहक है भाई। दुनिया को कहां भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके इंडिया में बेचना है तो क्यों ना हम इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी को हम केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में कैसे एनकेज करें, उसके पर मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा डिस्कशन और डिबेट होने की आवश्यकता है। उससे हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट भी पूरी होगी, इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी होगा, आपको जॉइंट वेंचर करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी भी मिलेगी, बिजनेस भी मिलेगा। आज पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में ह्यूज रिक्वायरमेंट है दोस्तों। कभी मान के चलो केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स के बिना, हाँ समय समय के अनुसार केमिकल्स की डिफिनेशन बदली है। आज अनऑर्गेनिक केमिकल्स का यूज किया जा रहा है, तो पहले पुराने समय में ऑर्गेनिक केमिकल्स का यूज किया जाता था। केमिकल्स का यूज तो है ही। आज डाइस सेक्टर में आप जाओ, अजंता इलारो की केव्स देख के आओ, सदियों पहले भी उन्होंने जो पेंट्स किया है, कोई ना कोई केमिकल से बना हुआ है पेंट्स। आज आपको लगता है कि कल ही किया हुआ है। ये साइंस था ही देश में, टेक्नोलॉजी थी ही देश में। केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स ये हमारा एक पार्ट, हमारा जीवन का एक पार्ट है। आज हमारे देश में प्रतिवर्ष एक क्रैकर की आवश्यकता है। हम पीछे छूट गए। पहले 3 साल 5 साल से पीछे जाते जाते अभी हमें 4-5 क्रैकर तुरंत ही लगाने की आवश्यकता है। दोस्तों पेट्रोकेमिकल्स क्रैकर लगने से उसकी डाउनस्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्रीज की श्रृंखला को हम देखें, कितनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी इंडिया में हमें एनकेज करनी है और इसलिए एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ जिस तरह से हमने काम करना चालू किया, लेबर एक्ट में रिफॉर्म किया, हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट हब बनाने के लिए, केमिकल्स पार्क के लिए मैंने एक डायरेक्शन दिया है, उसके ऊपर डिटेल वर्क हो रहा है। हम स्वयं इनिशिएटिव लेके सरकार की ओर से सरकार करे, लेकिन हम सरकार का पार्टनर बन जाए कि कौन सी इंडस्ट्रीज कहां हो सकती है। दोस्तों उसके लिए इकोसिस्टम आवश्यक होती है। सरकार तय करे कि यहां हमें इंडस्ट्रीज लगानी है, नहीं होगी। लेकिन जब इंडस्ट्रीज आइडेंटिफाई करेगी कि हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को जो पोल्यूटेड इम्फ्लुएंट निकलता है उसको डीप सी डिस्चार्ज करने की आवश्यकता है, और उसके लिए हमें इंडस्ट्रीज कोस्टल लाइन पर लगानी है। तो ऐसी कौन सी इंडस्ट्रीज है जिसके एम्फ्लुएंट को ट्रीट करने के लिए हमें विशेष आवश्यकता है। ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए कौन सा लोकेशन प्रॉपर लोकेशन है, ये लोकेशन आइडेंटिफाई करके स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ बातचीत करके या तो कोई ग्रुप बन जाए, या तो एसोसिएशन के रूप में, या तो कोई कंपनी के रूप में आए। हम यहाँ केमिकल पार्क बनाना चाहते हैं और आप अपने तरह से एक एसपीवी बना के लैंड एक्वायर कर सकते हो, ले सकते हो, खरीद सकते हो। आपको आवश्यक लगा कि हमें 2000 हेक्टर लैंड चाहिए, मिल सकती है, हाँ मिल सकती है। कई बार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कहे कि लैंड हम दे देंगे, उसकी कॉस्ट की कीमत कर लो, और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसका स्टेक ले ले, उसकी कितनी कॉस्ट है जितना। प्राइवेट प्लेयर या तो प्राइवेट एसोसिएशन 51% स्टेक अपने पास रखे, भारत सरकार उसमें स्टेक दे दे, तो मतलब ये हुआ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की भी पार्टनरशिप हो गई, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की भी पार्टनरशिप हो गई, और प्राइवेट प्लेयर के पास एएसपीवी का 51% शेयर हो गया। तो अपने मुताबिक, अपने आइडियाज के मुताबिक, अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक उसको टंकी बेच पर डेवलप करके हम जो लोग वहां इंडस्ट्रीज लगाना चाहते हैं उसको दे सकते हैं। नतीजा ये होगा, जिस दिन आपने प्लान किया होगा, ये उस वक्त आपकी एसपीवी की कीमत फॉर एग्जांपल 1000 करोड़ है, जब तैयार होगा तब 5000 करोड़ हो जाएगी। और बाद में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का काम है आपको मदद करने के लिए। वो उसको मैं क्यों पार्टनर बनाना चाहता हूं, आपको 10 टाइप की एनओसी चाहिए, क्लियर उसका एनओसी चाहिए, तो सारा एनओसी आपको सरकार पार्टनर होने से आसानी से मिल जाएगा। बाद में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जब चाहे तब अपना शेयर को बेच के वो निकल जा सकती है। दोस्तों, ऐसा मॉडल पे हमें जाना होगा, तब जाके हम हमारा टाइम में काम कर पाएंगे। दूसरा, आवश्यकता के अनुसार हमें हमारी क्वालिटी पर ध्यान देना होगा। इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के साथ कंपटीशन में टिकने के लिए कॉम्पिटिटिव बनना होगा। कॉम्पिटिटिव बनने के लिए सरकार के सहयोग की आवश्यकता हो तो उसके लिए आपको व्हाइट पेपर तैयार करके सरकार के साथ डिस्कशन करना होगा। जब आप सरकार के साथ डिस्कशन करें तब सरकार को कौन सी स्कीम और पॉलिसी के तहत हमें मदद करना चाहिए, इस सरकार के सामने रखना होगा। उसके आधार पर हमें आवश्यकता लगे ऐसी पॉलिसी सरकार तैयार करे। फॉर एग्जांपल, हम फार्मा सेक्टर में PLI 1, PLI 2 स्कीम लाए। आत्मनिर्भर API में इस स्कीम से कोई फायदा हुआ, लेकिन अनुभव के आधार पर हम सीखते गए, समझते गए, हमें ऐसा लगा कि सचमुच एग्रोकेमिकल्स, API और केमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज उसका बेसिक रूट में जाना होगा, और हम बेसिक केमिकल पर PLI लाए तो कई एग्रोकेमिकल्स का समाधान उसमें से मिल जाएगा, कई API का समाधान उसमें से मिल जाएगा, क्योंकि उसका रॉ मटेरियल के लिए बेसिक केमिकल्स, कौन सा बेसिक केमिकल्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है, ऐसा बेसिक केमिकल्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके हम उसमें उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मदद कर सकते हैं क्या। दोस्तों, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सतत चलने वाली प्रक्रिया है, सतत होती रहनी चाहिए। सरकार के साथ डिस्कशन होता रहना चाहिए, आपको आपस में डिस्कशन करते रहना चाहिए, आपकी बात कंटिन्यूस शेयर होती रहनी चाहिए। ग्लोबल कंपैरिजन और कंपटीशन को हमेशा ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि बदलते समय में हम केवल हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज की बात करेंगे नहीं चलेगा, हम केवल इंडिया की इंडस्ट्रीज की बात करेंगे नहीं चलेगा। ग्लोबलाइजेशन के समय में दुनिया की इंडस्ट्रीज को और दुनिया में चलने वाले प्रवाहों को भी समझना होता है। उसके मुताबिक हमें हमारी तैयारी करनी होती है, उसके मुताबिक हमें हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी का अपग्रेडेशन करना होता है, उसके मुताबिक हमें आवश्यक रूल्स, रेगुलेशन, पॉलिसी में बदलाव करते रहना होता है। कंपटीशन आज से नहीं, सदियों से सफलता का एक हिस्सा रही है। कंपटीशन में जो जीत जाते हैं वो आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, कंपटीशन नहीं करता है वो पीछे छूट जाता है और वो अंधेरे में धकेले जाते हैं। कंपटीशन में सक्सेस रहना और सक्सेस होने के लिए कंपटीशन करना एक दूसरे के पूरक है, और इसलिए मेरी अपेक्षा है कि आप सब लोग जो 2 दिन का चिंतन से 2 दिन की आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस से जो आउटपुट निकला है, ये आउटपुट पर भी 4-5 लोगों का एक ग्रुप बैठे, उसमें से कौन सी चीजें कहां रखने की आवश्यकता है, वहाँ रखें और आने वाले दिनों के लिए हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें, यही आपसे अपेक्षा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. Can we please request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta to share vote of thanks?
I hope you all agree with me that while the two-day session was very inspiring, the end has been the most inspiring. And I really appreciate some of these messages that Dr. Mansukh Bhai has said about how do you look at competition. I think these are really philosophical thoughts which will go much beyond what we talk about technology and projects and finance. And some of these thoughts are really critical for us to really aim to be number one in the world. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the wonderful valedictory session. Can we please have a group photograph? Thank you so much to each one of you for marking your presence here and making this summit a grand, grand success. Special thanks to our ministers, dignitaries, and distinguished speakers for such profound sessions and remarkable exchange of ideas. This is definitely a triumph moment for our summit. Thank you and Jai Hind. And please join us for networking tea. Thank you so much. Namaste.